Facilitator.
It doesn't seem that way.
You said we saw it on the way.
I'm thinking there was an accident in the morning, so it's taking him even longer. So he's saying as soon as he arrives, he's going to speak from the audience.
He's gonna?
Participate from the audience.
Now you must come and sit up top here. Okay, I'm gonna start now. Is it okay if I start with the Okay, good morning, colleagues. If we can settle down, I know you're all very excited about day 3 after we had a good day 1 and day 2. I'm just going to spend a few minutes on the highlights of yesterday. You might remember that Dr. Aldo Strubel from the University of Mpumalanga told us that science is absolutely essential for the transformation of food systems, and that we as the ARC have a key role to play in that. It's within our mandate. We certainly have a role to play in developing an ideal food system, and we know that food systems are changing. We saw that in the last couple of years with COVID. We saw that with what happened more recently in Ukraine and in the Middle East. Yeah, and what Aldo said also was that there must be a shift towards systemic research and leveraging insights from what the UN is telling us, told us during the Food Systems Summit in 2021. Dr. Strubel was maybe it's professor now, I'm not sure, but Dr. Strubel said that we definitely have and he knows the ARC in and out, that we have the potential to catalyze a number of breakthroughs in several critical areas, and we saw that also yesterday during all of the parallel sessions. After Aldo, we had a panel on farmer development and monitoring, evaluation and learning, where we had somebody from DPME, Slatswayo. Let me not pronounce too many surnames today. Mojapelo from Limpopo, Mr. Sekhala from DALRRD, Dr. Roofs from Wageningen, and the doctor that joined us from Malawi. That was a bit of a struggle. But yeah, the important thing was criteria to plan for monitoring and evaluation beforehand and make sure that the right criteria are collected. And then the training is incredibly important. Dr. Roofs argued for integrated long-term evaluation, because how do you know how something is going if you don't evaluate? And then Dr. Nengovela, who I also think I briefly saw in the audience again today, also told us that we in the ARC have a responsibility also to give more policy advice. And I don't know if it was him that mentioned the psychometric tests for farmers that I thought was quite interesting to follow up on. Then there was a panel session on seed security and seed systems development, and that's also a trend that we must be aware of, that seed is becoming quite an issue, and the control of seed is becoming quite an issue, and there are many people that question the role of multinationals in that, and that there is, well, we do agree that obviously in the ARC that there is space for more integrated and more equitable seed systems as well. I think the Vanderpan colleagues said there's need for harmonization between countries to facilitate more cross-border movement of seeds, especially in Africa. There was an interesting session on climate change, of course, in this room. After that, Matthew introduced climate smart agriculture, gave us the definition from the FAO, and we know that we in the ARC are also quite committed to developing solutions for the changing environment. And we heard some very interesting papers in this respect, which I'm not going to go into because we want to get into the next session. Yeah, I have a lot of highlights here on a few lines on each of the papers. This will be, we will obviously prepare a report, but what is interesting, what I personally pick up is that the relationship between the ARC and our mother department, the DALRRD, hasn't ever been better than what it is now, and I think that's something to celebrate in the first place. The fact that we can help each other and talk to each other. And also the relationship between all of the stakeholders. We had lots of speakers yesterday that are not from the ARC, but are interested in our work and showed us their work. So there's a lot of scope for further collaboration. So I'm going to stop there in terms of the highlights of yesterday. As I said, we are recording everything. There will be a proceedings with all of this available afterwards. Just give us a few days. I'm going to hand over now to Prof. Norman Maiwashi. He's going to chair the first panel session. Prof. Norman, thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. Can you all see me? Okay, it's me here. Welcome to this session, which I'm hoping it's going to set the tone for what will happen going forward. We are mindful of the fact that we are running low on time. We were supposed to have started at 8:30. We have already lost 20 minutes. But believe me, I have a panelist here who are going to work with me so that we are able to regain the time that we have lost. And therefore, I'm going to be very brief. In this session, we are going to focus on commercialization of IP and specifically agricultural IP. In my panel, I have Mr. Kaifas Ramroka, who is a well-known name in this space of commercialization. He has worked for a number of organizations. He's currently with the IDC, holding a portfolio of business development manager. I am going to give him an opportunity to say more about himself, but just in the interest of time, let me introduce all my panelists. Mr. Ramroka is the one on my far left. Next to him is Dr. Piani Libia, who is also a well-known brand in this particular space. He is involved in the commercialization itself. He is a founder and chief research officer of Toka Bio. He's going to share a perspective on how he sees commercialization. He is sitting just on my immediate left. And then I have Dr. Cynthia Muti, who is an ARC household name. Dr. Muti is sitting on my right. She is responsible for IP management and commercialization within the ARC. And I also have Dr. Vuisile Pehane. He's sitting to the right of Cynthia. I hope you can be able to see him. He is just behaving like an elementary particle that can be in two places at the same time. He's just stuck in the traffic. He will join us as we proceed with the program. Dr. Vuisile Pehane works for the Technology Innovation Agency. He holds a portfolio of group executive bioeconomy. Then in terms of the marching orders to my panelists, I'm going to give you round about 5 minutes each just to introduce yourself and set the tone for the discussion. You're not limited in terms of what to talk about in terms of commercialization, but I will be happy if you focus on those areas that are dear and near to your heart. That will assist me to be able to drive this panel discussion, as I'm a foreigner in this space. I work with animals and we don't commercialize animals. After that 5 minutes opening statement, we will then go into some discussion which I will facilitate. And then from there, I'll give an opportunity to the audience to be able to ask questions and make comments. So I'll be happy if we are able to have more time for audience to ask questions, because these are the people that are troubled by what is happening in the commercialization space. And I'm hoping that the experts will be able to guide them in that regard. So I'm going to start with ladies first. Cynthia, if you can come and provide us with an opening statement and just also tell us about who you are and which family you come from.
Thank you, Prof. Maiwashi, and good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. As mentioned, I'm Cynthia Muti. I head the IP management and commercialization of the ARC, which is normally called Office of Technology Transfer. I've been within the commercialization space for a period of over 10 years. My career started when I moved from science and decided that I want to assist our researchers to commercialize their R&D outputs. For the past 2 days, we have been hearing different talks, discussions that talks about national assets, that talks about the challenges that we have within the research space, the priorities from different provinces. All of these were discussed on one idea or with one goal, which is commercialization. Because whatever that comes out of the research and development, any solution we are looking into it and want to commercialize such a product. Maybe going back to say, how did we find ourselves in this space? It dates back to 1996 when the white paper was adopted, which also took into consideration the National System of Innovation. And that was followed by the National Strategy on Innovation in 2002, which was also looking to a question of saying, what is it that the country is doing in terms of the research and development outputs from the science councils and the universities? Are they effectively managed or not? And that brought about one of the legislation that we are still all trying to understand it, but it has been there for more than 10 years, which is a legislation that looks into a publicly financed research output, which is the IPR Act. One objective, or one of the key objectives of the Act, was to ensure that the IP is protected and commercialized, not IP protected and not commercialized. So that was one of the key, and also to establish an office that would assist all the science councils and the universities, including the ARC, on how to deal with matters of IP management and commercialization. From there, the OTTs were tasked to ensure that they identify IP from researchers, that IP must be assessed, protected, and commercialized, and not shelved. From what we have discussed in the past few days, it's actually to say, we as the ARC, as a science council, whom are we collaborating with as well? Whom are we working together with to ensure that the IP is commercialized? I think from the context of the ARC, we cover 3 areas. I know there's a triple helix model, but when you check what the ARC is doing, it actually covers 4 areas, not 3. We have, as the ARC, as an institution, will have processes that assist us. For an example, within the ARC, we have the IP policy, we have the commercialization strategy that has recently been approved, that we are currently implementing. Yes, we do have challenges like any other science council and universities, but we strive to actually come through that. We work closely with the industry in many forms. This includes collaboration agreements, this includes research agreements, licensing of technology, which ARC is mostly doing. We are licensing our technology to different stakeholders in the industry, and we are still looking for more of such, while we are still also trying to explore other ways of commercialization. We work closely with our colleagues from TIA and IDC and any other investors that are interested to invest on the technologies that are developed by the ARC. Lastly, we have one of the key roles that I don't think it cuts across other entities. We need to ensure that there's new technologies when it comes to food security. We have successfully concluded many projects on that. On Monday, one of the things that was discussed was around the potato. We have one of our best sweet potato, which also covers that area. So we as the ARC, we have these technologies that are available as solutions which came through public funds, and we are looking for uptakers of these technologies, and I would like to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, for that thought-provoking opening statement. This was the brief that they were given, that their opening statements must be thought-provoking. I'm now going to move on to Mr. Caiphas Ramoroka to provide us with his opening statement.
Good morning, everyone. It's always a shock sometimes for people to call you an expert because you don't see yourself as such. So my background, I studied biotech up to master's level. I worked in research. I worked at the OBP for close to 10 years. I then left, worked at TIA for another, I don't remember, I think about 6 years. I then left to work for a startup company in the tech space before I joined the IDC. I've been at the IDC for 6 years now. So if you were doing your numbers, I've been in the space, in the ecosystem for the last 24 years, from research, manufacturing of vaccines, funding of technology, running my own business, and then funding businesses that wants to commercialize at a large scale. And just to tag on to what Dr. Muzi has just said, so in 1996, South Africa came up with this white paper on science and innovation. And one of the key titles in that paper was, and it's a catchphrase, preparing for the 21st century. And if you look at what we have achieved in the last 30 years since that paper was published, and what we could have achieved, I think that's where we need to start focusing on as a country. Because in my own assessment, and I hope that I'm not going to get into trouble, there's a couple of things that I just wanted to touch on why we are not realizing the dividend that we thought we will realize from that white paper on science and technology, and what could be done differently to actually improve the system. And I'm going to make 3 points, and there's one area that I just wanted to focus on as something that, because sometimes there's things that government and research institutions like the ARC can do, but there's things that people that are within the system need to focus on. And the last part will be directed towards people that are sitting in the room, that are doing research, that are commercializing technology, and some of the things that you need to focus on. So one of the first things that I think has held us back as a country from realizing that innovation dividend, I believe that there is still a policy disconnect between where the Department of Science and Innovation is sitting, and they are the people that are responsible for innovation, and where government is sitting. And a very good example is the ARC, who reports to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Department of Science and Innovation. I've been in instances where we are talking about developing or expanding a specific sector in the economy. Like, for instance, the poultry master plan, which I was part of developing. And one of the key things around animal production, which most of you will know, is animal health. And we have a huge opportunity as a country to put a lot of money and optimize the funds that we have so that we are able to develop vaccines and diagnostic tools and to actually support animal production. And I remember instances where we were sitting, because we report as the IDC to the Department of Science and to the Department of Trade and Industry. We take lead in developing industrial policy, but in that room, agriculture was not there, and Department of Science and Innovation was not there. We had to make calls to get people from these key departments to be part of these discussions. And that's just one example where the continuous policy disconnect amongst government holds us back as a country from us to actually identify opportunities that are sitting within the ARC that can actually add value to the economy, and then figure out how we can commercialize those opportunities. The The other part is, I think when we develop skills, we are not looking at broadly what is it going to take to actually realize the economic benefits of what we're putting into science, research, and innovation. And I suppose sometimes for the ARC, and I see the CEO is sitting there, for the ARC, your mandate might be developing a certain number of PhD students and MSc students. But if you look at other countries, when you want to commercialize these technologies that you're developing as the ARC, the people that are more likely to commercialize those technologies are the people that have developed the technologies. And I think Dr. Pian is a typical example, and I hope that he's going to tell you a story about where he comes from and how he's where he is today. And the challenge, and I see it even now, sitting at the IDC, where, yes, I have a technology, yes, I know how the technology works, but that individual does not necessarily have the skills to then engage with funders, for instance. Yes, as a researcher, I can go sit with NRF. Yes, as a researcher, I can sit in front of TIA to actually raise money for my project. But are you ready and are you skilled enough to actually sit in front of an IDC or a venture capital fund or a private equity fund to then raise money to actually commercialize your technology? And I think for me, that's one area that we need to focus on, to see how we develop people beyond just the science, technology, and the innovation component, but how do we give them the soft skills so that those that have the courage to commercialize and spin out companies are better prepared to actually do this. And just to tie it up, is one of the things that I always encourage people to do is introspect, acknowledge who you are and what you're capable of and what you're not capable of, and then think about building teams around you to help you do what you want to do at the end of the day. And that's the last point that I think is more directed to people in the room, to say, in as much as when you are heading or leading a research project, you work with teams, and when you appoint team members, you look at skills that they bring into your project. The very same thing that you need to do when you think about commercializing technology. What skills are required to actually take my technology from the lab to pilot scale to the market? Do I have those skills? And how do I then build a team around myself to then make sure that I have a team that is well balanced to actually help me to go to where I need to go? And a typical thing that we see, regulatory skills are important because most agricultural technologies are heavily regulated. And you have to go through a regulatory process and get approvals for you to be able to commercialize. So regulatory skills are critical. Financial skills are critical. Marketing skills are critical. In my previous life at TIA, we supported companies to commercialize technologies that had a huge potential in the market. But because one of the things then that we missed was this team approach, those technologies were never successful in the market because there were never marketing people that understood the market, that had relationships to actually push those products into the market. Because sometimes as people who have developed the technologies, who have fallen in love with the technologies, we always believe that the market is ready to buy my product. And that's not how the market works. and you need to push your product into the market. You need to compete. There's complexities on a daily basis, and that's why being able to build teams around your technologies becomes very, very important so that you can actually successfully commercialize your technology. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramroka, for... It was my phone. Thank you very much. We're going to move to Dr. Piani Libia, who is the founder and Chief Research Officer of Toka Bio. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and greetings to everyone. Where do I start? Yes, I run Toka Bio. It's a small, medium enterprise. I can declare to you I know how to not worry about my financial circumstances 2 days before month end, knowing the bank account is empty. But that's what you have to do as an entrepreneur. It's not you don't worry about it. It's more or less, can you figure out the way forward? It's very rough. I finished my PhD in 2006. I had worked before in the pharma industry, GlaxoSmithKline. It was Glaxo Wellcome at the time. I've spent about 11 years at the CSIR as a principal researcher and research group leader. I've worked for Roche during the HIV, PEPFAR, Bill and Melinda Gates, covering about 29 African countries, setting up labs, helping with the commissioning of those labs in most of sub-Saharan Africa. In short, that's my CV on the academic and commercial side. CSIR, for all its sins, has been a very nice organization to work for. Specifically in that at the time that I was there, they allowed me and my team to develop the technologies that we did, and also allowed the space to say, if it goes the way you think it should be, maybe you should commercialize that, and we'll assist you in commercializing. It doesn't happen often, and it's an opportunity that I grabbed and ran with. How it happened was that we worked at the time, I think, on foot and mouth disease, avian influenza. This, as Ramroka just said, are notifiable and reportable diseases. You can't just jump around and be testing for avian influenza and other things. You need to get your Section 20 from DALRRD. You need to explain your protocols. You need to handle all the materials properly. But that's what happens. We were lucky enough at the time that the DSI funded us directly for some of the work that we did. I'm still thankful to this day. TIA grabbed the mantle and supported the CSIR at the time in 2 phases for us to develop fully the avian influenza testing and the foot and mouth disease point of care detection. This included literally your testing using isothermal PCR. In this case, you're able to go to the field and literally test there. An app that we use to communicate the results in the field, a database that can link with the app and the isothermal PCR to make sure that those results can be linked to the authorities so that they know in real time what's happening in the field. I'm mentioning this specifically given, I think in this room, we all know what the situation is with avian influenza. Those who didn't, I think when you couldn't have when your eggs went 5 times on price, you knew something is terribly wrong. We almost endemic for FMD right now, and these are some of the issues that could be tackled. But I'm to talk literally more on commercialization, and I think the bulk of the people here would know that some of the work that the ARC does, some of the products that the OBP produces, and some of the research that your CSR does are literally legislated. You cannot just wake up one day and say, I'm the FMD guy. It is ARC and DALRRD's job to look at those. And it is legislated as such. So what is this? We have been able to do work in Zambia. We published some papers there. We've done work in Rwanda. And I'll give you an anecdote quickly before I sit down. Growing up, I'm originally from Limpopo. We've been farming in my family. In the 80s, I looked after cows. We had about 400, 500 cows. And usually when you have to deal with animals, my grandfather was the patriarch at the time before he passed away, he would ask you, you have to tie that cow, you must clean it and do ABCD. Of course, you're a bit small and you struggle with it. And you come to report, no, it's refusing, I cannot tie it down. And what he'll ask you is, oh, it refuses? He said, yes. Of course, I'm translating. He said this in Pedi. Then he would want to know, what did it say? and obviously, you are stuck to give him a proper answer of what it says. So then it didn't refuse. You failed. And I'm like, yes. Then he says, the right thing is you will try tomorrow. Okay? And I find, even in entrepreneurship, it's about similar. It's not, it refuses. It's literally, what is the better way to do it and get it right? Now, if you look at the ecosystem within South Africa and within the continent, I mean, if you look at the CFTA and how goods are supposed to move back and forth, and you look at the phytosanitary regulations that are required, not only in South Africa, but in other countries as well, it becomes more and more clear that for us to thrive as a country, have the food security guaranteed, have our biosecurity looked after, the responsibility to look after the very same notifiable and reportable diseases stays legislated with the same institutions, but we have to look further to say, what happens to the corner of Malamlele where people in Ondersteport are not going for 2-3 years? That's where the outbreak starts. Who's supposed to run there and do something? Supposed to do that on your own? No. You have to do it together with the regulatory authority, with the understanding, can your test that you are punting be vetted and be vouched for by the ARC? Where did you get your samples to actually validate that? Is it the strains that are circulating within the country? How do you work together? What are the technologies that are available within the ARC that would be useful for Zambia? Is there money to be made in those areas? Can you bring it back? By the way, it wouldn't be legislated by South Africa to work in Lusaka. So how do we put this together? How do we make the ecosystem useful in a way that helps not only our food security, but to make sure that we can thrive by bringing in foreign direct income, by making sure that our people can invest? Before I sit down, we have one pilot program in KZN, which is supported and very ably funded by the TIA, where we are looking at, if you want to onboard, especially our people, I mean the previously disadvantaged people that have more than 40 to 60% of the cattle in the country, and none of them export. How do you do it? Do you sit and say, well, we will wait for the day they all become commercial farmers? I don't think so. Even if you have 10 cows, you should be able to export 2 if you want to. How do we do that? We have to think out of the box. We have to look at what is the best way to look at those zones, make sure that animal health is looked at the way it should be anywhere else, and allow them to export. Can Tukabaya do that by themselves? No. Can ARC do that by themselves? I'm sure they have a lot more other pressing issues to do than run around those villages and try and see who's got 3 goats or not. But it's something that means we need some sort of an ecosystem that would work to do so. And I thank you.
Yeah, you must be taller than me. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause while I get a roving mic? Art, what did you do with the roving mic? I want a mic for my panelists here. While they bring the mic, I can see I hardly have 7 minutes left. And I wanted to start bargaining with Art if he could give me a 5 minutes so that we can do justice to this. Dr. Mutsi, you spoke about the work that the ARC is doing in terms of commercialization. The IPR Act provides a dispensation for incentivizing innovators and researchers to come up with new IP. And somebody told me that we are not performing very well in this space. What do you think is the problem? Why our researchers and innovators are not laying the golden eggs, given that we have this incentive scheme? If you can be brief in your answer, I still have a lot of ground to cover. In the process, let me welcome Dr. Peyan to the panel. Dr. Mutsi, here is the mic.
Okay, thank you. The reason why perhaps there are delays in terms of incentives is how we have started doing research within the ARC. We clearly understood the mandate that we are doing it for the good of the country. However, when the new act came in, it took us time to actually start implementing and then understanding that we need to change focus and start to be accountable when it comes to the commercialization of the R&D outputs. We are slowly moving in terms of the incentives. We should be able to implement some of the processes before the end of the financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutsi. Mr. Kaifas, you said you have seen it all in terms of commercialization. The one area that you spoke about, which would be of interest to the audience here, it's about the funding ecosystem in the country in terms of the venture capitalists, public institutions that are funding research. Why do you think there is reluctance to put money into getting this IP commercialized? Do you think there's something wrong in the way we think as South Africans?
I think it's, the money is there. There's money across the board. And I'll talk for the IDC. In terms of our targets on an annual basis, like this year, we are expected to commit about 15 billion rands a year in funding across the different industries and disperse 20 billion rands. So the money is there in the system. My experience has been the fact that are we able to package these businesses for funders? And I think for me, that is the most important part. If we are able to package these things for funders, if you go into TIA, yes, TIA is going to be looking for specific things in your application. But if you go into IDC, IDC is a totally different institution and it funds viable businesses. And what is required is a totally different approach in terms of how you package that application to the IDC. And it also ties back to what I said, who do you have as your team to help you to package that business plan to the IDC for funding? If you get those things right, you are likely to be successful in raising money, at least from the IDC. And I think it will apply, the same principle will apply whether you are approaching venture capital funds or any other funder out there. But I think the key thing is about how you package, how you put a team together, and how you then present the opportunity to your prospective funders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramroka, for making this call to our research community to say money is there. They just need to know how to complete the form. It's beyond completing a form. There's more to do, but money is there. Dr. Libia, you have been part of almost this whole value chain, starting from the bench and all the way. You have had an opportunity to think as a researcher and an opportunity to think as an entrepreneur. What do you think we need to change in our thinking as researchers so that we can see more of Dr. Libias out there who are able to take this technology and make them part of the economy?
Thank you. I think, and I must acknowledge Dr. Pehane and his team's support in some of the things that I'm talking about. I'll do that by way of an example of what maybe discourages sometimes people from jumping from a guaranteed salary, however small it might be, to taking a chance to try and do that. In 2022, I was working in Rwanda as part of the program that we're busy with, and there was a Rift Valley fever outbreak. There was some European kit that we were using there. They have legislation just as we do. And during that time, there was a conference that was to happen, and the outbreak hit. The kits were not enough. The manufacturers couldn't put as many as they require for them to quarantine and separate the animals. What did they do? I spent weeks there, literally sitting down saying, this is the problem, this is what we have, what can we do with it? To me as an entrepreneur, it meant this is an opening, an opportunity to probably have this product stay here and have a market that you can use. On the flip side, I knew that if you go there and you say you can do the things you say you can and you can't, they will arrest you. They're not like us and being very nice when you mess up with their food security. They will arrest you. So it means you have to be honest, but there have to be opportunities, and the ecosystem itself should allow you to actually express yourself and take those opportunities that are available. And with that, of course, after 3 weeks, we were able to put something tangible, went to the field, ran around, did what needed to be done. And we could compare that with the CE marked kit that was in short supply with what we've put together. And it was commercialized in literally record time. Why? Because they didn't look at the legislation and say, it doesn't allow us for you to do ABCD. They said, how do we make sure that you fall within the legislation, and how do we assist you in making sure that that which we want to get out can be done? And I think we need more of that in South Africa. I think people worry a lot about how many pipettes you have to fill in a Section 20, rather than we have an FMD outbreak. This that we are talking about, is it snake oil or is it real science? Let's assess it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Dr. Peane, thanks for joining the panel. I've been told that you were trying to figure out how to get a car from the ground and fly it in the air. Dr. Libia has already acknowledged the good work that TIA is doing in terms of supporting commercialization. From your perspective, do you think we are doing enough? Is there something wrong with our commercialization pipeline? If you could just touch on those.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. So where I work is the Technology Innovation Agency. We are an agency of the Department of Science and Innovation. And our role really is to identify these opportunities coming from SMMEs, from science councils such as yourselves at the ARC, but also from our universities and higher education institutions. So I think the challenge really is in understanding the pipeline. So we are aware that science councils, universities, have a very rich pipeline. There's no question around the quality and the standard of South African researchers in terms of the work and the output. So we are in international publications, in journals and so forth. The challenge is really in the ability of us to translate this pipeline into commercializable goods and services. And the reason why there's this particular challenge is really because the people, with the greatest of respect, who are tasked with the responsibility of identifying these opportunities, establishing the commercial potential and commercial promise of these opportunities, are not themselves entrepreneurs, have not been entrepreneurs themselves. When we compare this to what happens around the world in other places, in entities such as ours, is that those portfolio managers and those decision makers are actually respected individuals who come from industry, who have the networks. And so they are able to look at an opportunity and very quickly, from the experience and their networks, establish what is the line of sight as far as commercialization is concerned. Who are those partners that need to be brought in early on in those discussions around evaluation that should line up to be the takers of this technology? So typically, you know, in our case, for argument's sake, you know, the performance of our staff is really, amongst other things, the ability to disperse those funds. And so this is really how we are, I suppose, you know, in terms of our performance, how evaluated. It speaks, you know, to even our structure with the National Treasury. If you don't disperse the funds you're given, you shouldn't be punished by a smaller budget in the next financial year. So I think for me, it's really, you know, the ability for us, an opportunity for us to look at our skills in the country, to be able to translate those opportunities into commercializable products. When we look specifically at universities now, so I'm sort of categorizing this. Universities and staff members at universities are incentivized differently. You're incentivized if you publish, if you bring in the funding from the likes of the NRF, and of course you have students. Nowhere in that do we hear innovation, and nowhere do we hear patents. And so the challenge is really at the universities, vice chancellors, I'm speaking to the vice chancellors, the deans, DVC's research and internationalization, to look at those incentives that we put upon our professors or senior researchers to see how do we promote them into higher levels. If that promotion is only publications, it's only students, and it's only funding raised from the likes of the NRF, we're certainly going to have a problem, particularly for our technology transfer officers who have been set up by legislation to translate the outputs of researchers into products that can be commercialized or spun off into companies. So ultimately, we're looking at an innovation system in which all the correct players are there. It's really a matter of looking at how these collaborate, interact with one another, understanding what drives, for example, our researchers, their ability to be promoted to professors and so forth, but also to see how this speaks into how ready we are as a country to translate these innovations into these products that we require for commercialization.
Thank you. A round of applause. I think it is very clear that we need to think a little bit about these things. I'm running very short on time. We had planned that this is going to be a 1-hour session. We're trying to squeeze it in less than 40 minutes, which is a difficult ask. I had made an undertaking that I will give an opportunity for the audience to ask questions. I want to give an opportunity to one person who's going to ask the question on behalf of everybody in the house. One person. Ah, there is a brave man. Can we get the mic to him right there?
Oh, thank you. My name is Leonard Sadira. I'm with Women and Youth in Agriculture. We are a supporting entity within the DTI. I would like to first thank Dr. Bepani, the work that TI is doing. We get funding for our product formulators from Tier 2. The second question I would like to ask Dr. Moti. We actually got funded by TIA to develop product formulas for cannabis, where there were demand for cosmetics and beauty products for our strain of cannabis here in South Africa. Our products are actually in demand in Europe, in the US, in the UK. So my question to Dr. Moti, in terms of IPR, I know that's an act on any IPs that are financed through public money. There's a law that affects that compared to when you are actually financed privately. I would obviously like to get some advice on there. Dr. Ramoroka, the product that I'm talking about are actually in demand. These are product formulas. We've done prototype through the assistance of TIA. Through AGOA, we had 3 governments that actually made interest directly on behalf of the industry, saying there's a great need for CBD oil cosmetic products in the US, which is the big market. Firstly, for the ethnic people there, we have a huge market of black people in US, in the UK, and in France. So these products have been identified as indigenous South African products that has opportunity in the market. My question to you is that we want to commercialize the IPs and the formulas there. In the US, there are compliance-related issues when it comes to CBD oils and cannabis. Okay. How can the IDC assist us, obviously, there? A very simple question.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this is how we're going to answer these questions. These are all the questions from the House. They are going to package the response in their closing statements, which I'm giving each of them 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. So it makes me very proud to hear that as TIA we've been associated with assisting yourselves. And of course, when you look at our portfolio of people we've invested in, is quite large. I think the challenge then becomes, as you're saying, how do you commercialize? How do we then internationalize our product? What needs to be done and what support is required? I mean, from our side, I'm certainly inviting you to have a conversation with myself. We can talk about this because we do have the support structures to, in essence, get the entrepreneur over that hurdle when it comes to the internationalization of a particular business. I'll be very interested in understanding, your intellectual property, how it's protected, and what happens when, in essence, cross the Atlantic and get into other countries as well. So I'm looking forward to that. It does mean, of course, that you understand that the budget to internationalize can be quite significant. So if we're able to partner with the likes of the IDC in taking your product overseas, we'd certainly like to hear about that. So thank you very much.
Cynthia? Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So in terms of the IPR Act, it relates for science councils and universities. So we, as the ARC, in terms of the technologies that we developed, we have recently registered hemp, SA1 and 2. The material will be made available for the interested parties as per the IPR Act. So it won't be any exclusive contract, it's non-exclusive, and we are trying to target as many people as available and to ensure that they get the best of what is coming from the ARC, as it is one of our best cultivar. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I know the question wasn't directed to me, but I'll talk anyway. I think given that the session itself was more on IP and commercialization, my parting shot would be, I think especially here I would be addressing a lot more your OBP, your ARC, in terms of what your Tukabayo and others similar, not necessarily for myself. I think we need to talk a bit more. Look at the African market as a whole. What is it that we can do together? What is it that we should be not bother about? What are the technologies that are available that can have a further reach? And we mustn't shy away from those technologies, must make money that comes back into the country because it's been invested in. That's why we have the technology sitting there. So to me, we have to find solutions and suggest those, put them on the table, and let's try and see what's the best way forward.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm glad that Dr. Piana has already indicated that he's willing to talk to you, because just based on what you were saying, you still have regulatory hurdles that you need to deal with. For cosmeceuticals, you need to go through clinical trials, and that's an area that the TIA should be able to fund. But I can be part of that conversation so that we can assist. The one thing that I wanted to just close on is, I know I said that you need to know how to package these things when you come to the IDC. What we offer also is we can offer our time to speak to your researchers who are interested in commercializing their technology so that we can do those workshops on a regular basis. And that's something that we do on a regular basis. The other part is we normally take a very hands-on approach when we deal with applicants. We just don't read your business plan and chase you away. We will give you inputs to do certain things, and we will work you through the journey until we get to a point where we are comfortable that your business plan is ready to be assessed. But yeah, and I hope that the ARC will take on that opportunity where we can do workshops with interested researchers who want to take the leap of being entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause. You will agree with me that they did justice to this with a very limited amount of time that they had. They will still be here. If you want to further engage with them, go and have a chat with them. What is coming out here is that in terms of the ecosystem, we are not talking enough. There's general lack of awareness. So if we can emphasize on that. Cynthia, for you, there has been a challenge that has been put there to say, here's our offer. We want to talk to your researcher and anybody who cares to listen so that we improve the level of awareness. My job was to make sure that this was not painful exercise. I know that we didn't have a lot of time. I hope I didn't inconvenience you too much, Dr. Art. I will hand over back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof. Mawashi, I think you did quite well. Dr. Labia, your anecdote about the cow that refused, there's more than one lesson in that. That will end up in the proceedings. Please accept these gifts on behalf of the ARC. Thank you so much, everybody, and you can now be excused. Yeah, easy. So without much further ado, we welcome to the screen Francis Halle. I hope I pronounced the surname correctly. Okay. From Vanderpan. Please follow the trend and cut a few minutes so that we can catch up with the time. But thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you. Thank you. I have a presentation.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning again. And thank you again, ARC, for providing Vanderpan an opportunity to be at this big event. Thank you. I can see my presentation. And I assume, yeah, good. Yeah, so I most of what I wanted to discuss, the theme of it is what was being discussed here. The need to move out of our box and commercialize. But I am looking at this from a policy perspective. FANAPAN is a policy network, a Pan-African policy network, whose regional secretariat is hosted here in South Africa as an international organization by the government of South Africa. But our real mother in doing this is the Department of Agriculture. And in that department, the ARC is our real landlord. We are actually housed at the ARC campus in Silverton. So I don't want to waste a lot of time discussing FANAPAN, but I want to go to something that's related to why we think research must influence policy and practice, which is similar to research must be commercialized. The issues that have been raised either at university or at ARC or at any other research institution, our researchers are trained to do something, and that is research. And they've got methods and they've got approaches that they do. And when they do those things, they publish, they speak in their language, they speak to each other and understand each other. I came in a little bit early and went to the poster presentation. There are a lot of tongue twisters, exotic sounding reading, things like that. But in the world that we live, it's not like that. That is the world where researchers live. And people who live around researchers are not researchers. They don't speak research. They speak like I do. When I joined FANAPAN, I told them in the discussion, it wasn't an interview, that I couldn't spell agriculture because I had not done a single agriculture subject from primary school. Up to now, I have not. But I believed that we need to do this process of taking things to a logical conclusion. So there is a disconnect which exists between science and policy or practice. This language that I'm talking about, the way your mind is wired, the materials and methods, and then there is very little research that actually goes into use. The people who make decisions, who need your research, don't speak research. They don't have access to it. I'm sure we all have a discussion of, you have a publication, in which journal? How many people have accessed that publication? Those are the things that you are looking at. Beyond that, these people who reach, speak your language, that's why they are going there. But the ones that make decisions sitting at the department itself, including Minister DDs, and everyone who is a director, they don't speak research. So where are they going to get your research? Then when you look at research on policy, it's not very prioritized. I know it's not the mandate of the ARC, but we are beginning to see things where we are focusing now on where does this research go. Beyond this research is the impact on policy, because policy is the bedrock of everything that you want to change. If you want farmers to do something, if you want a cultivar to, there's got to be a policy that supports it. Now, I know researchers have been defined already, either at university or at ARC. I understand there are more than 700 of that species at ARC. They exist in an environment such as this one. And I think it's a complex environment. The requirements of the Department of Agriculture are stated. Yesterday, we had a number of acts that talk to the issues that we are discussing today, but they are being administered by different ministries, different departments. DFFE is a component, and you have trade, and there is agro-trade, so DTI will come in. We look at agriculture delivering positive health outcomes, so the Department of Health will come in. The education sector has a school feeding program, and all those things. They've got demands, they've got things that they are looking at. In short, everyone is talking to someone, everyone is demanding something, everyone wants to have their stake taken care of in this sort of an environment. So I then posit an ARC researcher sitting there. I don't think they have time to think this way, because their training is to do research and publish, do research and put the results there. I would like to invite colleagues to now say, if research is going to be impactful enough to influence policy and practice, you would like to be that researcher scratching their heads and starting to think about that before you come up with your research topic or a research area or the issue that you want to research on. Now, in Fanapan, we have a simple approach that we use. And it's these 4 steps. We look at agenda setting and generation of evidence. And we move to developing an engagement strategy. So the first one would encompass what a university does in research, what a ARC does in research, and it ends there for a researcher. And you get paid that way. That's what you do to get paid, your salary. But I'm inviting colleagues to then say, move to 2, 3, and 4. We develop engagement strategies specifically for the research that we are doing, and we have an engagement which is budgeted for, which is planned for way ahead, and then we consolidate, review, and replan. Now, I want to just talk to those 10 and probably stop there. There. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So the first thing that we do in that agenda setting is stakeholder mapping. In that stakeholder mapping, we are going to look at everyone who has a stake in this, and we think of them as constituencies. Look at a classic example of a politician. A politician does not bother if there are 3 people making noise. But once those people are a constituency that can affect the outcome, they become important. So in the research that you are doing, what are the constituencies that, think about this, you have not done the research, but think about it at the back of your mind that this research has to have an uptake. Who is likely to be important in the uptake? This research is going to have resistance. Who is likely to have resistance? So there are pros and cons, there are people supporting, there are people who are not supporting that research. And the second thing that we do is we identify problems and set research priorities. Now in doing this, we are not the ones, because we sit at the desk, we wear suits, we claim to be professionals and experts in these areas. We go to the people who are deemed to be affected by those, and they help us define. That way, research uptake is guaranteed, because you are addressing an issue that has a taker. Most of the research that we've done, be it for a master's and everything, was a topic that excited us. And when we did that topic, we finished and met the requirements. And that's it. No one is really interested in what you are doing. But if it's a community-based research, you are bound to have a community expecting some kind of feedback. I spoke to a member of staff at University of Pretoria, where they've set up a policy hub. And I just said, if your policy hub knocks on the door of the mayor of Tshwane and says, we are available to you, and all the topics of research that you do come out of the mouth of that guy, you have no problem with uptake. Because there is a guy with problems in Tshwane who will be coming every day to you for solutions. In fact, you tell him, wait a bit, I'm still not done. That's the kind of demand that we want. But if you come up with your own topics, you can buy your own stuff for as long as you are your customer every day. So that's the second thing. Then the third thing that we look is we conduct research. That's what ARC does. And normally it ends there. Then we put it on the shelf. Then we ask each other, are you citing my paper? Have you seen it in this journal and everything? But life does not happen like that. We now come to developing an engagement plan. Now, if you are doing research on cultivars, on this and that, you now look at the people that you are going to go. I'll use the example at the bottom end, where we are looking at the smallholder farmer. Let's say that's the bottom end. Then I'll use the minister and the head directors as the top end. And you are in between. You would like to influence the practice at the farmer level, but you'd also like to influence the policy. So your engagement plan is going to look at Minister Didiza. It's going to look at her directors. Do you think Minister Didiza wants to read your 1628-page document or chart even with those names, tongue twisters? No, she hasn't got that time. She is going to have a 2-pager at most before she starts falling asleep. She's so tired. Her directors are also like me. Some of them are in those positions, but they have not gone deep enough with research like you. So me, I can't spell agriculture, but I do the policy advocacy for Fanapan. I don't want to go deep. I want to be able to understand the gist and communicate it. So my plan for the minister is directly related to what she can take, what she can't take, what her directors can take, what they can't take. On a different level, to the farmer, it's a totally different ballgame. The farmer has no time to read. The farmer is going to be interfacing with the extension. So what is the extension taking about your research to the farmer, for the farmer to understand? So if you look at those two extremes, the farmer at the bottom where you want to influence practice, and the minister at the top where you want to influence policy, and everyone in between, you then see that you have to have an engagement plan which looks at every stakeholder grouping and its requirements. And when you put all that together, you now have your engagement plan. Then you create messages. Your research report, the published one, is not messages. It's not. It is your findings. You now need to create messages packaged specifically for those target groups. A statement that says something meaningful to the person and not your research report. So your 28-pager can be at most the 5 fingers on your one hand. What are the issues that you want to be taken? I always give the example of a repetition. If you continue to say something and you bring out those 5 points or 3 points about your paper, there is going to be an understanding that these are the key issues when it comes to policy, or these are the key issues when it comes to practice. Then when you have those core messages, you are going to enroll messengers. There was talk here about know the team that you have. Not everyone who is a researcher is packaged to play the front. A team has got strikers, midfielders, and defenders in soccer. And in research, it's almost like advertising where I cut my teeth. The designer, the best designer, is always your person behind the screens. His grooming department and everything else is not what you want to present to your clients. But when it comes to design, he dreams, his head is in the clouds, you just get blown away. Yeah? So, who goes to the front? I am not an agricultural expert. I come here, I am paid to talk. I seem to do it better than my colleagues. So, if you are not the person who is going to be talking about your research, you need to enroll someone who can do that. In our Fanapan model, we have what we call a champions program. Sometimes I am not heavy enough to punch at the right weight. If it's at African Union and I'm talking nutrition, I will go and enlist the support of King Letsi, His Majesty, because he's the champion for nutrition. Or I will go and get the former Secretary General of COMESA so that he goes to COP29 to talk about climate change. But I will have to package him because he cannot spell climate change like I can't spell agriculture. So enroll. Then the next, when you have this, either you do it yourself if you are so good like my colleague said, but if you are not, get a vehicle, get someone to do it for you. Then the next is you start building awareness. So the building awareness and the conducting targeted, that's the platform. So the 3 things are you have a message, you have a messenger. If you are not carrying your message, get a good messenger, get a good model. Then the third one is you have platforms. We do multi-stakeholder platforms. We barge into people's events and end up at the stage like this, and we retail our ideas. And once you hear me speak now, and you will hear me next time talking for the agriculture people and everywhere, I will sound like a cracked record. When I continue doing that, you begin to hear the message on the policy issue that I am pushing. You will agree with me, the things that you have always heard and heard over and over again are the ones that you remember, and you start thinking about them and you start engaging with them. Then the last stage is consolidating, review, and replanning. What is important there is to know that research never ends. Policy research never ends. When you have finished your research and you have gone through this cycle, a research has been implemented and all those things have happened, you will find new things emerging as a result of your research. Well thought out policies have been implemented, but the impacts are different and not expected. You have to do further research, further refinement, so that it's meeting the requirements. So it's a loop, and you go back into that cycle again. And I've been told I have 5 minutes. The key consideration are lean. Document what works and what does not work. Work and learn through the process. And replan is changing or introduction of processes, of policies is an arduous process. Don't expect this to happen now. There are things that started in 2003 that I know. Like in Malawi, an input and subsidy program was introduced and it crowded out private sector. We intervened, we gave evidence, but today it's still happening. So policy takes time to change. My last slide is a call to action. That box defines where a researcher sits. Your agenda, set yourself, or maybe if you do it in an improved fashion, you include other people and you understand what is needed out there. And you also generate evidence and you publish. Then we pam for each other. I'm just saying, get out of the box, develop engagement strategies and engage for your strategies. And then my last is, if in ARC you have a lot of this research and you believe you can't play the front, FANAPAN is a network where we are hosted by ARC, and ARC, by virtue of working in food, agriculture, and natural resources, is a member of the network, can invite FANAPAN to play the front, where advocacy needs to be done for some of the research that you have done, and you can move on. Thank you. I think
you can go. They can go now. Thank you very much, Mr. Hale. That was quite interesting. Not all research lands on the shelves, but your message is definitely taken. Thank you very much. It's tea time now. We are about 5-6 minutes after. But please, if you can grab your tea, drink it quickly and come back. We will start at past again. The panel is here. I'm being told to allow 2 questions for Mr. Hale. Is there anybody that has a burning question for Mr. Hale, or do you want to go and ask him in tea time? Okay, then it will be tea time. Can I also ask, I've got a message from Keriboni. She wants to see the provincial reps or extension officers in the overflow now during tea time. Thank you very much. You've been a good audience.
How are you? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. If I see it happen again. Because this thing is, I know. All right, no.
Early retirement. So he's chilling in Cape Town. Give it a church work. Yeah. A lot of stress. We've been through a difficult patch of challenges, fighting, etc. We're coming out of it, I think, now. We won't reach any lower. So that's the plus, and I think that was just that broken. That is like, there is all the action that comes with the therapy. We have a lot more now.
guys are busy. Is someone else also coming? Yeah. That's, okay. Are you Mr.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sit there.
Yes. Just, so that's the whole panel. I just need.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Can we ask you to settle down, please? We have to start. We are about 20 minutes behind, and we need the presentation of Dr. Roofs. Okay. Marlene, you will have to follow it on that screen. Eh? That screen. Yeah. Okay. Okay, without much further ado, I'm going to ask Professor Mawashi to do his wonderful thing again and start with the session. If you can cut another 5 to 10 minutes, it would be great.
We are now going into a panel discussion session where we're going to be focusing on food systems transformation through multi-stakeholder platforms. I have a number of panelists that have joined me here who are going to share their perspectives in terms of this big subject of multi-stakeholder platforms. I am here as an imitation of Dr. Fenter, who was supposed to run the show. And therefore, as a sister, she said, no, I think you could assist because of other engagements. You will agree with me that food systems are critical, especially in view of the number of agricultural threats that are posing a challenge to our systems, and how we organize ourselves to be able to have resilient systems is very, very important. So we're going to have 2 presentations. Those presentations will then be followed by a panel discussion, and from there we will, I will provide an opportunity for the audience to interact with our panelists as experts in the field. Our first panelist is Dr. Roofs from the Netherlands, working for Wageningen University. We have Prof. Van Niekerk, who is a local from the University of Free State. And then we have Dr. Matsaunyane, who is our homegrown talent in the ARC. And lastly, we have Mr. Ndimande from our mother department, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I'm going to start with the presentations. I will request Dr. Roos, if she wants to add more decoration to the introduction that I've made, she should feel free to do so. She's going to give us a presentation which is going to lay the foundation for our discussion. Over to you, Dr. Roos.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for the very nice introduction. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about multi-stakeholder platforms, but I will really focus also on how to assess the success of multi-stakeholder platforms, or partnerships, actually. This is the first time I'm going to present this thinking that we developed together. I did that with my colleague, Catherine Pitore from Wageningen University. So I really welcome any questions, comments from all of you. I cannot really see this, but I'll manage. Right, I go with this one. It's okay, I will stand like this then, or this, yeah, this is much better. And then I go up and down. How do I do this? Can you perhaps help me?
Can you maybe switch over to the second slide? Maybe you can just, I think that it's not working.
Can we get the tech to come over here and assist?
Just on the white
Excuse
tape.
me.
The white tape. So,
Oh, okay.
on top of the white tape is forward. The red one, that's better. I'll fix that.
Excuse me. So, right. Every time when I'm in South Africa, I am happy and I am sad. Sorry, I'm standing on your feet. Thanks. You know, we had. Well, oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you that. So I work at Wageningen University. Together with my colleague Catherine Pitore, we work at Wageningen Center for Development Innovation, where we conduct research, assist all kinds of intervention in the food and nutrition system, various sectors in low and middle income countries. My role often is either project management and or to assist in monitoring and evaluation and learning. I lived in South Africa for a while, and every time when I'm back, I'm happy and I'm sad. Well, one of the things that really makes me sad is to see that after a rising trend of trust in government, satisfaction with democracy, after 10 years of the inclusive democratic elections in 1994, we saw and still see a very sharp decline in trust in government and in satisfaction with democracy. There are also things that make me happy. And that is when I see my ex-colleagues. I used to work at the Human Sciences Research Council, who do these social attitude surveys. And I see so many South Africans working in government, elsewhere as well, who still look at things from the bright side, try to improve the system, work very hard together. And that obviously makes me very happy. Working together, that is the key. Working together as different actors with different stakes in multi-sector settings or partnerships. I'll be talking about that, and I have some key points. One, it's about people. Food system transformation and change is all about people and people's behavior. People are the change agents. But we have seen food systems are very complex. There are many actors and there are many stakes and preferences and trade-offs. So you need to transform collectively. There are collective challenges, collective solutions. Third point, multi-stakeholder partnerships, MSPs, as I use it here, are a mechanism for governing that collective, what we call interaction. So that leads to collaboration, should support collaboration. So it's a kind of a governance mechanism to guide, to help different stakeholders to work together in a partnership. How do you assess that actually? As a monitoring and evaluation person, you always ask that question. When is that successful then? When do we say, okay, we have a good partnership as multi-stakeholders? And I think we really should be looking at behavioral change. Do people work together more? Do people collaborate? What does that mean? How do people see that? When are people satisfied with that collaboration? And I think that we can use insights from the social sciences, from psychology, to look into what that behavior and collaboration actually is, and what helps that behavior to be undertaken and to be expressed. And then we use actually a very simple model, which focuses on capabilities of people. That can be skills, practical skills, can be knowledge, it can be social skills, opportunities to change. Do we have the time? Do we have the money? Do we have the social support, managerial support, policy support? What does our context actually give us, support us in our collaboration? What do we need in our context? The opportunities. And thirdly, and that perhaps is even the most important one, is motivation. Do we really want to collaborate? What does it mean? What stakes do we have? What benefits do we get? What will we lose at the shorter term and at the longer term? And how will we be dealing with that? And that happens at different levels. At individual level, but also at an organization, like the ARC and the department, the private sector, NGOs. You know, what are they getting out of this partnership and why would they need others to collaborate? We have seen a number, we're talking about food systems the whole time, and we have seen a number of food system models. And I'm now throwing some other models at you. This is one that we use a lot at Wageningen University. It's called the Van Berken model. It's one of the authors of the paper in which this was presented. I will not go into detail in it, but what you see, it very much confirms also what we have been talking about earlier on in this past 3 days almost. Food system activities, value chains, drivers from the environment, drivers from policies, from the economy, that all contribute to what we call food system outcomes. Nutrition, hunger, environmental outcomes, and economic living conditions of people. Another one that focuses much more on consumer behavior, on nutrition, trying to understand how all the different forces, the drivers, affect nutrition. Another one, also with beautiful colors and different drivers and so many elements that we need to take into account when we look into food systems. How can we change all that? Or what do we need to change actually? Maybe the first question, or do we need to change something? Who and how? Another one, trying to make everything even more explicit. And we had another one yesterday from Dr. Strubel, also a nice one. So everybody is trying to grasp with this. What do we mean with a food system? How can we visualize it? And it is just very complex, and I think most of the systems all have some, things in common, like economic, social, political, environmental, human behavior comes a lot in it, but it's not so spelled out. Except from this one, I thought. Stakeholders. This one is also from Berken, mentioned somewhere else, sort of a newer one. And it says, in the green you have the environmental drivers, in the red the food supply system with consumer characteristics, enabling environment, so everything that relates to the food value chains. But on the left and the blue we see the socio-economic drivers with science and technology, the space where we operate. So that different domains, different kind of drivers. But in the center you see stakeholders. Each of these domains has different stakeholders and they have stakes. And how do we deal with the stakes? That is, I think, the question that really, should guide us in thinking about food system transformation. How do we deal also with the trade-offs when we change things? The trade-offs for people, for groups of people, for individuals, for politicians, for decision makers. How do we deal with that? And it looks simple, we pull on one of these wheels and then the other starts to turn. But, we can turn and then they clash. It doesn't work that. It's not the mechanism that we can easily steer. So it's the stakeholders that make it work or not. Multi-stakeholder partnerships seem to be required to deal with these stakeholder interactions. How do we define that? Well, there are many, many definitions, of course. I think this is a useful one. It says it's a cooperation arrangement between a variety of actors that jointly engage, so they jointly really participate, engage in processes of dialogue and action to solve a specific problem. Yeah? So these are partnerships are formed around issues, problems, and they think, okay, we feel we can jointly work on this, we can engage in this, and they actually do. And the main thing often is that because they cannot do it on their own. Right? You cannot change things on your own. If you want to innovate in agriculture, you need finances, you need to have the policies correct. We saw an excellent panel this morning that really nicely laid out all the opportunity issues that are playing a role in transition. So you need to work with the ones who create that opportunity, the enablers. I'll just show you some examples of in our work where we encounter these multi-stakeholder processes, and sometimes we call that platforms. A platform we see as something where different stakeholders can meet one another and form partnerships. The stakeholder platform often is a result of a partnership. And here we looked specifically, and there was an Ethiopian project where we tried to map the different multi-stakeholder platforms that were active in the food system. So we looked at the food system. This is another presentation of a food system, by the way. And we looked at what platforms do we see? Policy-driven platforms, emergency-driven platforms, all kinds of different platforms that are emerging in the food system. That was just as a first analysis of what is happening in the food system, what actors are involved and where do they collaborate in what spaces. South Africa is very active in many multi-stakeholder partnerships and platforms. The Resilient Cities Network. May have heard of that? Yeah. In Cape Town, it's very interesting what is happening. I think Future Earth, focusing on environmental issues mainly. South Africa has a local hub, and there are many more. Now I zoom in sort of more local ones. I found this one in the Western Cape, in a municipality that really saw the IDP process as an opportunity for multi-stakeholder engagement, which it is by definition, but it tried also to form a partnership within that process. The Food Lab, Southern African Food Lab, does a lot of work to bring people together, to work in partnerships, and they often partner with the EDP, the Economic Development Partnership, also in the Western Cape. Interesting organization that only focuses on multi-stakeholder partnerships. So if you want to have, people facilitating a partnership, there are organizations that help with that. Here's an interesting project that they are involved in. I'm sure you will be able to access this presentation. If you want to, you can also approach me if you are interested. I can give it to you and you have the links to these different initiatives. Sorry. It seems to skip one. Is it? And I press it forward, it's skipping this. No? This one is skipping.
You want that one?
Yeah. I will leave it. It's okay. I will continue. What I wanted to show you was a very interesting study that has been conducted very recently. It did a systematic review of multi-stakeholder partnerships. They actually looked at 147 different academic articles on MSPs and tried to extract what kind of impacts are reported by these multi-stakeholder projects. And they actually do a lot, obviously because they are published. So economic impacts, environmental impacts, social impacts, there are various impacts mentions of these MSPs. What the article also shows is that there are many, it's interesting. This is the article. So what you see economic impacts, technological impacts, social impacts, environmental impacts, other impacts, a lot of impacts that these MSPs are able to generate according to these academic articles, and I think obviously they are true. And then we have, they also show there are different types of MSPs, many different types, and the definition of an MSP, you know, it's, people play with that a little bit. Sometimes they talk about platforms, then they talk about engagements, processes, initiatives, all kinds of things. But the basic thing is that, you know, different stakeholders work together and they try to achieve specific impacts, and it can happen. What it also shows is, in this article, is that there are many MSPs and that they are relevant. Not, you know, they actually confirm and show that MSPs are a very relevant mechanism to use to create impact. It also shows that there's not one form of MSP that should be followed. There are so many different ones with different processes and different goals. So it also shows the diversity of it. Okay. Short break. What did we talk about? What did I talk about? First of all, people are change agents. It's people, and that can be in the different levels: individuals, groups, organizations, institutes, nations. There are collective challenges, so there need to be collective solutions. And there will be trade-offs, and there will be benefits, and we need to steer that or to govern that. And therefore we have multi-stakeholder partnerships. Next question. But when do we call this now successful? Well, we have different approaches in this, and I've tried to summarize them. So a first group of, one group is all kinds of methods or approaches that focus on, does the MSP behave as a good governance mechanism? Does it adhere to principles of collaboration, like dialogue, transparency, inclusion? Is it a good governance mechanism to foster collaboration among these different stakeholders? Does it have a systems perspective and therefore also focuses on the right things and understands that there are different stakes to be dealt with? So this is focusing on principles, on guidance for how MSPs should, the process of MSPs should actually unfold. Another group focuses on what are actually the outcomes. What are the effects of the MSPs? What are the effects on their environment, on others in their environment, and on the partners themselves? You know, what do they get out of it? What are the effects, the outcomes? And perhaps also longer-term impacts on society, on the food system. A third group combines a bit these two and focuses more on all the different elements, the structures of MSPs, how long they have been in existence, what levels of participants are there, what structures are in place, what policies are developed to guide all this collaboration. This is almost like an audit with many different indicators that could be attached to it to assess an MSP. When looking at these, and looking at the kind of work that I do also with people who try to work together, I find it sometimes difficult to use some of these, and I've been looking for what is the essence actually. And I've been looking at the guidelines, and they come across the first, group. I look at those. It's good. It's good to look at guidelines and to look at some kind of normative guidance for how do you collaborate and how do you assess whether it's going well or not. But it's also sometimes a bit too normative, and it may be that certain developments in MSPs or collaborations are not there yet. They don't have a policy. Not everybody is involved in every decision making, but that may develop because they grow in the partnership, the different partners, and can take their place and try to engage with the rest. So, but it's a bit normative. The second group that focuses on results may be too little focusing on the process of the MSP. Right? So the third one that combines things You say it's great. You know, they have so many things combined that will definitely help us in assessing it. But it becomes so much. I'll show you some more detail of these different approaches just now. So what is the essence of collaboration, of a MSP? Well, when it works towards collaboration, when it really helps to collaborate among the different partners, and when it helps the partners also to have the right capabilities to work together, to have the opportunities to work together, and to have the motivation to do so. Okay, I'll try to be fast. I thought I had to talk for an hour or so. I will be quick. Okay. Anybody who wants more detail can obviously, talk with me later on, and I can share the PowerPoint. But I already talked about the focus on the principles. Here you have some examples of principles, different articles that guide you in what principles then to look at. We can focus on results. How can we do that if we focus on results? Here's a very nice article that guides us in using that approach. This is the harmonization cube that tries to capture everything. It's also used for auditing living labs. So really auditing a mechanism, about 51 indicators they have developed to do it. So what I propose is to focus on collaboration, to assess what kind of collaboration is going on, what level of collaboration is there, are you satisfied with that as partners in the MSP or not, and why, and so forth. And then I think it's important to focus on behavior determinants, as I said. Does it enhance the capabilities? Does it enhance the opportunities? Does it enhance the motivation to work together and to do all kinds of things in between through which that collaboration takes shape? I'll skip this. This is just one picture I would like to share, and then I stop. It shows one project that we have been involved in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda. And there we tried to set up living labs for fostering regenerative and inclusive food systems in these countries. It's quite a mission. We started small living labs, academia, some private sector, innovators as we call them. Basically, we brought together doers, people who innovate, the thinkers, and enablers. They formed small groups, living labs, and we tried to enhance the capabilities, the opportunities, and the motivations of these different stakeholders to do things together, to innovate, to bring innovations to scale, to find finance, to communicate about it, and to include others in their partnership. So also in our monitoring and evaluation, thank you. Yeah? So also in our monitoring and evaluation, we actually assessed the levels of motivation that developed, the capabilities and the opportunities. So it's a different kind of assessment, a different focus than on how long does it exist, what finance does it have, etc. It really focuses on the characteristics of the stakeholders in the MSP and as a MSP as a whole. These were my main points. I hope I have contributed to some insights and thoughts, and I would welcome feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roofs, for such an illuminating presentation on multi-stakeholder partnerships that are very, very critical. I have less than 20 minutes to get the job done, and I want to squeeze in the next presentation and also a contribution from other panelists and my lovely audience. I don't want to leave them out. So we're going to listen to a presentation from Mr. Ndimande from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, Prof. I'm looking for it, colleagues at the back, that it's loaded. But as a point of departure, I've got only 4 slides just to relieve you. I think we will make it on time. I think this, in terms of the introduction, I'm in the office of the DG. Mr. Hale earlier on was painting a very confusing picture of interface between research, policy, and practice. And I think the department has taken an appropriate decision to place both research, coordination, and policy in one unit. And I think this is what then, under the leadership of DDG Sirache, we are moving ahead in making it an adoptable practice to introduce changes in the system. I think let's go to the other slide. I saw that Prof. Roofs was actually struggling. I'm not sure which one to press here.
Yeah, the white one.
The white one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So as part of the introduction, I think Prof has actually done a good job to articulate how complex food systems are, and I'm not going there. Scholarly, I think she is actually spot on. There are new words that she has introduced, regenerative systems. Obviously, we are still looking into the systems that are more complex and involving from food production to processing, transport, and consumption. So it's a web of interface by multiple partners and players, which is underpinned by governance and economics at the end of the day. So if that is not in place, you're not going to have sustainability. So these words that are being used within the concept of food security, interchangeably so, sustainability, resilience, equitability, and all of that. And I'm not going back there to that scholarly articulation. I think what is important for everyone who is in attendance today is to listen to what government, South African government has done under the leadership of DALRRD in ensuring that we have got multi-stakeholder platforms that are in one or the other going to give us equitable, sustainable, and resilient food system moving forward, given all of the challenges that we have. And I'm not going to climate change, I'm not going to COVID. I think colleagues that have been here before me, they've done a good job in terms of articulating that. What is then left for me is to indicate to you colleagues that food system is a system that exists in other systems. So in other words, it doesn't exist in isolation. And I will try by all means to bring it to context so that I practicalize it, because we are in government. So in government, we must actually talk policy and legislation and direction moving forward. So within the agriculture system, I'm speaking to the convicted. I mean, we've got agriculture scientists in the room, we've got experts. I'm not going to go there, but look, we've got seed system. My colleagues, Joseph Mahlaba yesterday articulated that. So it is a system that enables food system to be able to function. Without seeds, you don't have a food system, basically. And there's also water system, which is sitting now in the Department of Water Affairs. And I think DDG, when he took the platform earlier on, he indicated that we are now converging and have got a very collaboration with the Department of Water Affairs. As and when we procure land as part of our land reform program, the land rights are going to be attached to that. So energy system as well. There is the just energy transition that we are in as a country. And I think the president pronounced and said there is investment that are moving towards hydrogen economy. South Africa is moving into that direction. What are we doing as a sector? And we're looking into you colleagues through the multi-stakeholder platforms that we are creating as government to be able to begin as a sector to prepare for this sector for the hydrogen economy. Because, I mean, the mining sector is already going ahead. They are using hydrogen fuel cell powered excavators. We also need traction power in our work. I mean, without traction power, there is no agriculture activity. So moving forward, where are we going to be able to take the new era of technology and innovation, looking into the energy sector alone? So that's an interconnectedness that we have as a sector with the other sectors of the economy. There's the financing sector, there's the economic sector, and I think I'm not going to go to the authorities that are involved there, Reserve Bank and others, but a colleague of ours yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the other day, was talking about the role of banks in ensuring that research becomes implementable and actually adopted further downstream. Now, we then have to make it a point that we create a value for the banks to see the investment. And the ITC colleagues earlier on, in terms of commercialization of the R&D output, they said there's money, but now we must package projects in such a manner that they are bankable and there is repayment ability for those that are taking those loans. So legislation is our issues, and I think the culinary system as well and social behavior is also what we are busy with. This is the second last slide. there are structural impediments that we need to deal with as a country. And I think during the July riots, we as a country then had a series of engagement with provinces, and we came up with these, what one would call it, 6 structural impediments and reforms that we must introduce in our food system. I'm not going to go to the status quo. I think we all know, colleagues have spoken about Ukraine, they've spoken about all challenges that we have in our food system, the duality. The critical one though, which I may want to touch on, is the finalization and the foreignization of our SA food system. I think that's a critical issue that researchers must be able to help us as government, in particular on the policy stance of things, where we see a lot of acquisition of agricultural businesses and agribusinesses, and also some of our land parcel, which is now foreign owned. And what does that actually have to do with us in terms of the future and the risk associated with foreign ownership of our food system? And I think we're looking forward to very, very interactive, particularly from economics point of view, and those who have done agriculture economics. I think it would be very interesting for us to interface with that concept from the research and then be able to infuse it in policy and be able to drive the direction of government moving forward. But we need to enable integrated governance system. And I think I'll talk to the announcement that DALRRD has given me an instruction to come and make here around that. We must empower the marginalized food system actors and communities. I think the duality of our sector is unsustainable moving forward. And I think it speaks to the actors within the sector, particularly within the retail sector, to say, let it transform, because if it continues untransforming the manner that it is, it perpetuates poverty, income inequality, and the challenges that we are sitting with of being a highly unincomed country in the whole world. And I think that's not nice to be known like that as a country. And it's also about the support systems that we have for the adequate nutrition and vulnerable persons throughout their entire lives. The social system that we're having, I can't speak on behalf of DSD, but we all know how heavy the social wage is actually on the fiscus. And that makes our fiscus to be dwindling for us to divert it to the economic investment that we must make. But also corporate systems that we must have in terms of transformation. What levers do we have as a state that we can be able to hold the corporate into account? We've got Agri-PEE, we've got the broad-based black economic empowerment. On the other side, the department issues rights. It has got licenses that it issues. Can't we utilize and find a middle ground where we can be able to bargain with and the Prof was talking about us in negotiating, having that ability to be able to put the value before so that we can be able to get a counter value on the other side, while we deal with the issues of transformation, because issues of transformation are at the backbone in terms of addressing the duality moving forward. So we need to engage with the researchers to be able to find a middle ground around that as a state to be able to drive the transformation that is needed. But also the transition that is needed for us to move into sustainable land use practices, and also developing of investment in social and technical, the resilience, the word again, of our food system. So it is critical that we need to be able to move forward together and building the resilience and sustainable and equitable for us as South Africa, because the equitability, which is part of what the Constitution endeavors, becomes a very critical issue for us moving forward. I think the second last slide, Prof, I'm not going to be much more longer than this. What are the enablers in our own context that we've identified as a state that we need to have to be able to ensure that we have got a sustainable food system? There must be a strong leadership and political will. But also, there is a risk associated with term of office bearers in the political land space. This is why the administration of government must be driven from the policy point of view and legislation point of view. It's not linked to the leadership or political leadership, but there must be advocacy. And I think we have received a lot of support, particularly from our Minister Titiza in this regard, the AMP, the canopies, and other master plans that we have. There's where government is going, and there are plans that are very crucial for our success moving forward. But intergovernmental coordination is also important. You know, the IGR structures that we have, the 2005 IGR framework that we have, while we as government must also talk, while we are talking with business, we're talking with researchers and other players in the value chain. So it is important. I think what is critical as well around private-public partnership, which is important, I think DG has said to us as a department, and the meeting we had with DG as well on the 8th of January, was that we must relaunch the National Agricultural Research Forum. We had an Agricultural Research Forum that was launched in 2002, and I think post the merger we had challenges in terms of having it thriving in the manner that it should. I think we are going to be relaunching it as a department, the National Agricultural Research Forum, which now becomes a multi-stakeholder platform where research, the other players in the value chain, which is private sector and investors as well, ITC and other financiers, will then find a mechanism where they will interface with government. But underneath it is going to be our national agricultural research system that needs to be revived. And I think the national research system will start. I mean, the HOD from Northern Cape made a very, very valid point to say we must interface with the education sector so that we can be able to, because there's a backbone of our national research system. We can't be able to have a thriving academia and even professors that are actually now serving us as a sector without the education system. Is it critical that we interface at that level? Community engagement, I'm not going to talk about it, is critical. I think it's part of our constitutional mandate, but flexibility and adaptability, that our systems must be adaptable. We have got the extension recovery plan. I think my director there, Jeff Ngaka, is sitting on us creating an interface between the practice part, which I think that Hale referred to earlier on, but also the capacity building of our own actors within the value chain, which is very important. But also the resilience also is also very important, because in terms of the insurance policy, we have a draft insurance policies department that we want to release to the sector. We'll be consulting with you on that as part of the NARF relaunch, because it's critical that we build the resilience of the small players, in particular in the agriculture sector, to address the issue of duality and resilience moving forward. Then data monitoring and evaluation, I think it goes as Prof has indicated. As a concluding remark, we as a department, we're finalizing our R&D policy. Through the National Agricultural Research Forum, we will be actually dealing with that policy, and we're looking forward to get your input, all of you that are participating in that forum. We are also reviewing our national research strategy, which is 2008 strategy. I think DG made a compelling point to say some of our statute and policies are a bit outdated. We need now to be able to move into the new era where we are moving into the knowledge economy. Obviously, we now need to adapt and be able to push the frontier of digitization, 4IR, cryptography, you name it. I think you have got far sharper brains than we do in government, as I think that the Hale has indicated, but our policies must be adaptable. The new breeding techniques that the industry related to at some point, I think 2 days back, those are issues that we must discuss, and our strategies and policies must be adaptable for such changes. Reviewing of the R&D agenda, I think together with ARC, we are finalizing the prioritization of the sector's priorities, which is going to be clustered around medium to long-term agenda, but also the digitization of our food system. I think there are components that are already digitized in our food system. I think it's not fair for me to come and sit here or stand here and be able to say that our food system is not digitized. I think part of it is digitized, but not holistically. So I think we're at a point now where we need to digitize the whole system and be able to move into an era where we've got digital data, because data is a new oil moving forward. The innovative financing for research and innovation and technical development, I think R&D requires patient funding. And I think the colleagues from ITC and other funders, it becomes very important that we take that note, because, I mean, my colleagues were saying it takes 2 years to have got your certificate issued as a breeder. So who's going to give you funding like that? Because private sector is not patient enough. So this is where then public good come in, and government must be able to come and be able to assist those who are within the value chain for commercialization and in the realization of our R&D output. Part of the plans we're having, decadal plan, and pension funds. Other countries are looking into pension funds to fund the R&D commercialization. I think South Africa at a policy level must begin to interface with such thoughts, with National Treasury, and obviously through your leadership and your guidance, we'll be able to deal with these matters, particularly under the National Agricultural Research Forum, where we must look into innovative financing. Countries like Seychelles, for instance, they've launched other bonds, you know, like blue bonds, because their economy is a blue economy. So South Africa can have other avenues beyond the availability of the money within the fiscus to look into alternative financing, so that we can deal with the issues of funding adequately and deal with the issues of a lot of unemployed graduates, which is a painful point for me as not an old person sitting here or standing here, that I know that there are a lot of our brothers and sisters sitting in the cold out there that have got highest qualifications, but they are sitting in the cold. I think carbon farming development is one area of growth where we can induce growth. Secularity in agriculture is another area. I think these are the 3 areas that DG has said in our collaboration with DSI, the MOU we have with DSI, and through the collaboration with ARC, investment in research must go into these areas so that these new growth areas can be unlocked and we can find new entrants into the economy of agriculture. Thanks a lot, Prof. I hope I was quick and fast.
Another round of applause. I think that was quite a mouthful. I know I'm running very, very, very thin on time, and I don't want to be the one that mess up your day. I still have 2 panelists that I also need to provide an opportunity just to share their thoughts. I think the message is very clear around multi-stakeholder partnerships, that these are very, very critical. If you could just give me a reflection of how important are these partnerships, the lessons learned from your area of operation, and what would you say are the recommendations so that we get the right matching orders? I'm posing the same question also to you, Lerato, but let me start from the Free State.
Thank you so much. I must just say, one of my colleagues from IRC, which I've been working for the last 12 years, Dr. Douglas Nkosi, it's his birthday today. So Douglas, congratulations. You can kiss your hand. Now, where I'm coming from my education, what I have learned this week is something very important. We are working as universities in silos. We have 4 big departments at the university. We have animal science, we have crop climate and crop climate and agronomy. Then we also have food systems, and we have agricultural economics, all working in different spheres of research, each one individually. So I have realized that we need to come together and we need to organize our research into clusters, into chairs, so that we can start to do research cross-cutting. Because someone from the food science cluster can work with someone in the animal cluster, because there's a synergy, there's a link. And once we have organized our research into 4 bigger clusters, then we can start a center of excellence. We can look at the SDGs, the overall theme of climate change. So in universities, we must start our own centers of excellence by working together. Then I propose that the IRC do the same. They also organize their research under clusters, under themes, then our themes can work with their themes. And when other universities also come on board, and they also cluster their research under themes, but we can have one big center of excellence. We have a different types of research can start to work together under centers of excellence. When we as a role player in the food system can start to influence the food system. Because from where we are sitting as a role player in a food system, we can advise from a research perspective. And that's a very good perspective, because we have research-based evidence. So we can say, we have been doing research on this, we can advise you on that. So I think from my perspective, from a higher education perspective, I propose that we organize in smaller clusters, in research chairs, making it bigger, making it centers of excellence, and then from that centers of excellence, we can start to influence the bigger food system, so that we can have a more sustainable food system for our country. And that is my message to you. So that hopefully when we come back here in 2-3 years, we can report back that we have organized South African agriculture, and especially higher education, into centers of excellence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Van Niekerk. Dr. Matsaunyane.
Good morning. When you look at a building, a house, there's several people that contributed to that structure standing. We're talking about those that do the construction in terms of cement, the bricks, etc. And then you have those that need to do the plumbing. And then you get the electricians, those that do the windows, doors, etc. And in order for us to stand proud as South Africa to say that we have something functioning, we need multiple stakeholders. So when we look at the Agricultural Research Council, because that's the flag that I'm wearing today, I'll have to shine a bit on the Agricultural Research Council. When you look at the food system, you have the production aspect, which is falls right into what the ARC is doing. We have extensive research looking at production. When you look at the processing, we do a lot of agro-processing. When you look at distribution, we have economists that can assist in terms of sourcing market, how to identify a market, etc. When you look at consumption, we do nutritional testing, all the other things that are in line with consumption. So as it was just indicated now, we have all those aspects in place. But as it was indicated, there's the challenge of getting that beautiful type of research to the beneficiaries. And this is one of the platforms that I'm hoping all those with nice pockets can assist us to take those packages to the beneficiaries so that we can contribute holistically to the food system. One of the, I'm not going to be long, Prof. One of the other aspects that I would like for us to just mill over, still pertaining to the food systems. We have your policymakers and researchers that are put into one category. We then have your agricultural managers in terms of extension managers. We also then have our extension officers. And then obviously at the end, it's the farmers. How is this synergy taking place currently? There's a lot of complaints that it's a top-down approach in terms of decisions are made and they are trickled down to the farmers. And there's been a lot of suggestions that we need to look at turning it into a complete wheel instead of a pyramid, whereby the emphasis is on the farmer or the producer or the processor. In that way, we'll be able to tackle this elephant in bits and pieces and ultimately resolve the challenges. Just as my last contribution, Prof, as I said, I need to brag a bit. So when you talk about multi-stakeholder engagement to ensure that food systems work well, we have a very brilliant example at the Agricultural Research Council. There's been a call by Parliament that we need to do all that we can to deal with to assist in tackling food insecurity in the Eastern Cape. So in the projects that we're currently running in the Eastern Cape, geared towards assisting with the challenge of food insecurity in the Eastern Cape, we're not working in silos. We have the Department of Social Development on board. We have the Department of Health. We're talking about the nutritional aspect and the consumption part of the food system. We have the Department of Education, both in terms of accessing the children, but also in the aspect of education, because we have seen that there is a depletion in terms of the number of agriculturalists that are coming. So it's important for it, we saw it fitting that we also engage the Department of Education, to make sure that we also contribute towards getting that passion from your primary school. We also have, obviously, Dr. Dar, agriculture, where we're talking about the production aspect, the agro-processing, and ensuring that it's not always feeding in, but we allow them to also have their own nurseries. So with this, we had a nice session in November last year, where we had a woman, Mama in Eastern Cape, who came to us, to our session, and said that because of the Agricultural Research Council and what they've done for me, teaching me how to plant orange fly sweet potato, the agro-processing part, and the marketing aspect of it. I have a child that managed to go through high school with the money that I made from what was created through contribution from the Agricultural Research Council. And as I speak to you, November 2023, my child is almost finishing university from nothing else, but from the ARC assisting me to establish what I currently have and my current business. Thank you.
Thank you, Lerato, for such a good message. Indeed, you were bragging. Unfortunately, our time is out. I very much wanted to squeeze 2 or 3 questions, but unfortunately, the panelists will be with us. You can go and engage with them. If you can just give them that round of applause for nourishing us with this good science. So it's very clear that multi-stakeholder platforms, there is a science behind it. We need to familiarize ourselves with it. Art, I'm done and I'm signing off.
Dankjewel. We have two more hope for 10 minutes, and then one very short one of about 5 minutes, I've been promised. The first person I would like to call to the stage is Dr. Roger Price. This man has 40-odd years of experience in the ARC. I think we can give him a big hand.
Thanks, Arjan. Yes, 40-odd years is... yes. Right, let's see. Where's my talk? Which one is coming up?
Should be the white button.
That one.
Okay, press the white button again. Nothing happening yet. Here we go.
And to move it on is the... Yeah.
Here we go.
There we go. Right, thank you. My talk is about integrated pest management, the journey we've had in my career and other institutes in the ARC. The journey, we can always say, are we there yet? So that's... Integrated pest management. There's loads of definitions of IPM. This is one of my more favorite ones. It's a decision-making tool that combines biological, cultural, physical, and chemical tools. So it's a harmony that minimizes overall economic health and risks to the environment. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Is that better? Okay, the term integrated pest management is well known throughout pest control operations worldwide. It's been in operation for about 5 decades, and there are hundreds of publications and numerous books on the subject. IPM is the holy grail that we want to head for pest management. There's been significant uptake of IPM principles in many countries, especially through the farmer field schools, which we'll talk about later today, I understand. The theory and principles of IPM have evolved over the past 50 years. New things are coming on stream all the time. New things, softer pesticides, natural enemies and biocontrol, commercial bioproducts, repellent and track crops, crop rotations, resistant cultivars, new GMO technologies are coming on, pest monitoring and action thresholds. So there's new things coming on all the time, so this is an evolving field. The aim of IPM is basically to minimize the harmful effects of crop pests and diseases and invasive alien plants in a cost-effective and environmentally sustainable manner. It's the idea of harmony, using the various control methods in harmony to manage single or multiple pests. The idea of using separate strategies, as I mentioned, it's chemical, cultural, biological, and biotech control. This is flexible, it's evolving. It complements, it blends the various practices together. But the chosen strategies should complement and not compromise effective control. Benefits of IPM. Obviously, there's lots of benefits. Reduced pesticide application, reduce the environmental impact, minimize pesticide resistance buildup and resurgence of secondary pests, improve human safety to the operators spraying the fields, food safety, reduce the residues, access to wider markets. There's all the yuppie markets, the organo markets, the markets in Europe and the States with lower residues required. Reduce the input costs for the farmer and make cheaper food available. And reduce the impact of invasive alien weeds and on their impact on biodiversity and natural resources. IPM in the ARC. There's been decades of lab screening and field trials of new pesticides for registrations. We've developed biological control agents for numerous crop pests, forestry, and invasive alien weeds. We've developed pest management strategies, crop rotations, intercropping, control action thresholds, you name it. There's a huge amount of technology transfer and training, popular information dissemination, websites, apps, farmer field schools, whatever. When I did a quick search of papers that could be relevant to IPM produced by the ARC, I found many dozens, there's probably hundreds. So we've done excellent work on IPM at the ARC for pests. Crops such as olives, plums, canola, maize, cabbage, cotton, grapes, wheat, macadamia, various invasive alien plants, quite a few plant diseases, and then there's older work on citrus and forestry. So there's lots of work on alternative methods out there. However, the ARC literature and that from the universities needs to be collated and reviewed to define the actual impact of IPM and whether it can be used in a practical way. The consensus is that IPM can work on a small-scale landscape or in high-value niche crops, but it doesn't seem to be practical for broad area farming. I want to show you some of my experiences in the ARC with IPM. The ARC Land Care Project to Lusiki, cultural control. This is not my photograph. I wish it was, but my plots looked a lot different than that. This was to do the push-pull system to attract and repel maize stem borers. The problem was, it's only practical to do those types of plots on a very small scale. We need nurseries to grow the napier grass, which attracts the stem borers, and the desmodium legume, which repels the stem borers. We need time and labor to prepare the fields. There's a shortage of land, water, and labor in many rural areas. Farmers only have a small area in most of these, in Lusiki anyway. Farmers considered it a waste of their time and land to plant things that they couldn't eat. We then needed to fence and protect the crop systems, especially the napier grass. Within 2 days, the cows came in and ate all my napier grass, so it was pointless. The communities are also short of labor at critical times. When we wanted to do pest control, they used their kids instead of sending them to school, so it was socially unacceptable. Then we looked at the social economics of small-scale pest control in these farming areas. Here, being rather cynical, I thought, well, let me have a look at, we were advocating the use of these pest granules for cutworm bait and stem borer bait instead of using sprays. So I thought, let me have a look at the time and cost comparison of doing this type of IPM. I used 4 persons and 3 replicates, and the time included the refill times to fill your tank or to get new coral keys to put for cutworm bait. I did it on small plots and extrapolated it to what would be needed for a hectare of just 30,000 plants per hectare, which is not a great density. For cutworm bait, you needed 17 kilograms. It would take a time of 10 hours to treat 1 hectare, because you've got to go down on the ground to actually put this stuff on the ground. Costs for that were 340 Rand. This was back in 2004, so the costs have escalated a lot. You needed 1 application. For stem borer granules, you applied it when the maize was about ankle height, and then it's about 1 meter high. I would need 10 kilograms per that hectare. The time, based on my guys that were doing the replicas, I'd need 12 hours. Costs of that were 260 Rand. I needed 2 applications, so therefore my costs were 520. So my cutworm and stem borer granules, the total cost was 860 Rand per hectare, but I'd need 34 hours to do that. Compared with a cypermethrin spray, EC water-based, it would take me about 7 hours, that's including all the refill time. Cost me about 30 Rand per hectare, plus the cost of the sprayer. And it would take about 14 hours because I needed the 2 applications. So we've got to be very careful what we advocate to small-scale farmers. It's the cost, the time, the labor required. Another one was take out all your diseased plants. Okay, that's fine, but it needs time and labor. It's vital to remove and destroy the infested crop material, but farmers wanted a visual threshold of which plants to remove. They said, no, there's 2 tomatoes on that. And I said, no, throw the bush away, it's had it. No, and so where is the threshold? They needed to scout for the pests. They need time and labor to remove the bushes. They needed to burn or destroy the infested plants, and that needed transport or fuel. The brown locust is what I worked on since the mid-1980s. It's got its outbreak area in the semi-arid Karoo. It's got a high fecundity and a high outbreak frequency. About 9 out of every 10 years there's an outbreak somewhere or other in the Karoo. But then the swarms can invade the entire southern African region. It's a threat to food security. There's 15-star gregarious hoppers and an adult. The brown locust invasion area, or the outbreak area, is in the semi-arid Karoo. But when it invades, if it's uncontrolled, it will get right up to the Zambezi and encompass most of southern Africa. The history of insecticides used for brown locust control. First of all, they used arsenite of soda in the late 1890s up until about the 1920s. That was very poisonous, killed sheep and people. Then they used arsenic baits, which were put into a brand bait and scattered by hand. It was more target specific, but still poisonous. Then just after the Second World War, they brought in benzene hexachloride, which was bulky to store and transport, but very effective. But we learned that it was persistent, and there was bioaccumulation in the field and eventually in the Karoo mutton. So then they used organophosphates for nitrothiodiazonon. It was slow acting, hazardous. There was operator safety poisonings. Then we brought in synthetic pyrethroids, rapid knockdown rate, cost-effective, short persistence in the field, improved safety. Outbreaks of the brown locust. So that these dense masses of hoppers, they march, they trek for kilometers per day. They roost densely at night, but then they move during the day and then they swarm. Hopper bands can be seen from miles away, but as I say, when they march in their lifetime 40 or 50 kilometers. So they're out of the farm to the next farm and out of the district even. Swarms then take off and start to mill around, and when they get big enough, they start to trek out of the Karoo. So what we did was we spent many years looking at alternative insecticides, doing spray trials, hundreds of spray trials with different equipment, with helicopters, with brand baits. We did lab bioassays, we calibrated in the Karoo. There's me monitoring mortalities, looking at dead locusts under bushes, counting them in bomas. So we were very busy indeed. The insecticides we introduced were fast-acting. We would have a complete knockdown of the hopper band within about 20 minutes. So that it acted as a marker compared to the previous pesticides, which would take about 5 or 6 hours to knock down. I spent the whole career looking at alternative methods of locust control. I looked at natural enemies. which there are plenty of them. Mechanical control and harvesting is very labor intensive and not cost effective. We discussed the lab and field trials of new and softer insecticides. I looked at insecticide baits, which are very bulky but very effective and target specific. Insecticide barrier treatments. We looked at insect growth regulators. We looked at the metarhizium green mussel myco-insecticide. I looked at pathogenic microorganisms and the development of alternative strategies. Now, we registered the metarhizium myco-insecticide. It's registered as a product, but it takes ages to work. It takes between 14 and 21 days to work. Now, you try telling a Karoo farmer, well, don't worry, those hoppers will die within 14 to 21 days. It's not going to work, so it's not practical. Maybe in certain situations, but not in the huge outbreak control. The fall armyworm, first invaded in 2017, established in the warmer parts of the country, expensive to control. Thank you to Deirdre for the photos. Progress with IPM. We know about the biology and population dynamics. We know where it overwinters. We've done field surveys of natural enemies. We've done scouting protocols. We've screened promising fungal isolates. We've investigated viruses. We've looked at conventional pesticides in the lab and in the field. We've done best practice manuals for farmers. We've looked at the socio-economic impacts, and we've done cultural control has been evaluated in farmer field schools. And yet the provinces are giving out GM maize to farmers now, which it solves the problem, but it ruins the whole idea of IPM and their traditional maize cultivars, and then they're reliant on the handouts of maize, so we're worried about that. Tuta, first reported in South Africa in 2016, major pest of tomatoes, devastation for small-scale farmers, build-up of insecticide resistance. The Tuta will wipe out whole tomato fields. It's amazing. This was 4 hectares completely destroyed. The entire future viability of tomato production for small-scale holders, small-scale farmers is at risk in the country. IPM intervention. We've done our surveys. We've done our technology transfer. We've done the research on the mass rearing of natural enemies. We've screened dozens of conventional insecticides. We've looked at, made recommendations. We've done pheromone trapping. We've done screening of entomopathogenic fungi. And we've also developed, across the road there, we were talking about the commercialization. In our biosystematics division, there's a treasure trove of new isolates, of all sorts of things. We've developed a product, and we've done the first field trials, and now we've lodged an international patent protection for our ARC product, which we've provisionally named as Tuta Shooter, and we're now going to be in discussions with potential commercial partners. This has been done in the past. Broadband is an isolate from our national collections, which was then developed by the Institute of Tropical and Subtropical Crops. But we're getting good royalties on this. Millions is coming in. So if we developed a Tuta product, that will be excellent. A fight against invasive alien plants, IPM. We've got about 2,000 APs in the country. About 400 species are prohibited or regulated under NEMBA. Impacts on water, biodiversity, agriculture. There's herbicide, mechanical, and biological control. Biological control is seldom the silver bullet on its own, but combined with herbicide and mechanical control, it gives integrated control. And biocontrol makes other forms more easier and effective to apply. Lantana, David Similani gave a good talk yesterday about Lantana. Lots of biocontrol agents, they work in the coastal areas, but not inland because of the frost, so therefore we have to cut and apply herbicide. Water hyacinth, it's been worked on for decades. There's various mechanical, chemical, water quality, biological control efforts. We can solve the problem eventually. Parthenium, Lorraine Strathy gave an excellent talk yesterday. Biocontrol agents are available, but they only established in certain areas. Then we have to use manual and chemical control in conjunction with biocontrol. Biocontrol is not usually compatible with pesticide application, herbicides or insecticides. So we've got to use it in certain places. We have developed national implementation and management plans. But these become a bit cumbersome and too many stakeholders, too long to develop. But we've started with pom-pom weed and also with Parthenium. Our former CEO of the ARC, Dr. Shadrach Mapuli, was an author on a paper about institutional and policy bottlenecks to IPM. I worked with Shadrach and gave him my information and my frustrations. We're geared mainly to register synthetic pyrethroids. There's regulatory problems, there's uptake problems. So there's a whole, we've been aware of this for a decade. Conclusion, we have developed many IPM tools. We have new bioproducts on the way, and hopefully more will come on the way. We have alternative control methods to work on many crops. We have the information and technology transfer. We can prove IPM works in certain areas. However, there's a lack of general uptake of IPM. There's a lack of management policies to drive implementation. There's a lack of funding for research and implementation specifically for IPM. We have the tools, but we're not using them effectively. However, we will be forced to adopt IPM to remain competitive. Later this year, there's a whole bunch of the old pesticides coming off the markets in in SA, carbamates and the OPs. So we've got to move. Recommendation, we need government support for IPM implementation. We need IPM management strategies. We need research and extension policy to improve uptake. IPM must become the key element in food system transformation. We need best practice. Different farms, IPM places. We need a social IPM as Walker talked about. World. So the people in the back of the car, are we there yet? There's huge mountains ahead, there's rocky roads, but I can see the sea. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we can give him another hand, yes. Thank you so much, Roger, and thank you for being with us for so long. The next speaker is Belinda. Belinda, can we ask you to come to the front, please? Can we get her presentation on?
Okay, good morning everyone. So let me just check here. In brief, this is the ARC mycotoxin research team and all our collaboration, too many to mention. So you might ask the question, is mycotoxins relevant today? And the answer is yes. Have you seen the media recently? Pick n Pay recalled some of our peanut butter from the shelves because it contains levels of aflatoxins that is higher that is regulated. Also yesterday I saw that they recalled even more peanut butter brands. Then last year I saw this article in Marula Media. It was a family of 21 people in Namibia. They used grains and they brewed some alcohol. Some of the grains were left and they used that to make porridge. And sadly, 15 people of that family passed away due to the ingestion of grain that is infected with fungi, and the fungi produced mycotoxins. In 2022, if you can remember, there was a recall of apple juice off the shelves, and that was due to high levels of patulin. And all of these mycotoxins can have negative effects on human and animal health. So you might ask, what is a mycotoxin? A mycotoxin is a secondary metabolite. It's produced by certain fungi. You cannot see a mycotoxin, you cannot smell a mycotoxin. We get pre-harvest fungi such as Fusarium, Stenocarpella maydus, which is the Plodia and Aspergillus species, and they can produce their own specific mycotoxins. Then we get post-harvest fungi, such as Aspergillus and Penicillium species, which also produce their own specific mycotoxins. So in South Africa, we only have regulation for patulin, aflatoxin, fumonisin, and deoxynivalenol. And more than often, our regulatory infrastructure and expertise is not always available, making inspection and regulatory control in Africa very difficult. So there are over 400 mycotoxins, but today we'll focus on the most important ones, that is the aflatoxins, of which AFB1 is the most important because it can cause cancer. Then the trichophosines, deoxynivalenol and nivalenol. The zearalenone. Zea is an estrogenic metabolite, and it is called by my colleagues nature's own pill, birth control pill. Then we've got fumonisins, of which FB1 is the most important because it can also cause a variety of health issues. So why must we manage these mycotoxigenic fungi and the mycotoxins? It can affect the entire food and feed production chain. It can lead to a reduction of marketable grain, and you can see on the photo the discoloration of the grain and the deterioration of the quality of the grain due to the fungi. Also, we can expect a decreased weight gain in animals because of mycotoxin like nivalenol and deoxynivalenol that makes the animal nauseous, and they will refuse to eat the feed given to them. Also, we can have a negative impact on animal and human health. You can see it can cause vulvogenitis in pigs, esophageal cancer in humans. Then you can see a brain with lesions and holes. That is of a horse that ingested fumonisin-contaminated maize. And then a liver cancer in rats. So I want to quickly take you through some of the integrated management options, and I'm going to focus on pre-harvest strategies. So we will quickly talk about cultural control, biological and chemical control. So cultural control, the main thing that you have to do is to minimize plant stressors. Just as people stress, plants can stress. And if you put that plant under stress, it is predisposed to infection with plant diseases such as ear rots, and then the production of mycotoxins. So we need to look at planting dates, to always plant within the optimum dates. Then plant densities. We conducted some research on plant densities, and then found we planted 10,000, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 plants per hectare, and we saw a gradual increase in fumonisins as the plant densities increased. We must also make optimum use of fertilizers, because too little nitrogen, for example, and an overuse of nitrogen can cause aflatoxins to become more in our crop production systems. Also, under plant stressors, it is important to control your weeds. You can see in that photo is a weed that I pulled out of the soil in Potch, and you can clearly see the fungal growth on there. So they can be hosts of these mycotoxogenic ear rots. And then also it's very important to control other plant pathogens such as maize leaf diseases, stalk rots, because this can weaken and predispose your plant to these mycotoxogenic ear rots and then subsequent mycotoxin production. Stalk borers, control of that is very important. They act as vectors of the fungi, and you can see there the stalk borer feeding channel. So they will literally go and spread that fungus alongside the feeding channels, and they will just make your problem worse. So we have done a lot of research on this. We have also looked at mechanical damage of the crops, and we found an elevated levels of especially fumonigens alongside the stalk borer feeding channels and mechanical damaged crops. A colleague of mine also looked at frass of the Bosiola fusca, and we also isolated a lot of these ear rots from the frass. So cultural control. So you might ask, what is happening in our no-till versus conventional till? So let's take it back a few years. So Dr. Bradley Flett did a study on the Diplodia in maize, and he found that the Diplodia increases in monoculture maize systems. This is not surprising because maize is the only host for the Diplodia. Also, we know that certain fungi can overwinter on maize stubble. As you can see, the black dots there on the maize, that is the overwintering mechanism of the Diplodia. And on the smaller photo, you can see some spores on maize stubble. And in the new season, it will come and infect your plants, your susceptible plants. So also we have to look at intercropping to reduce the area of your susceptible hosts. So we did a study that ended last year where we looked at smallholder farming systems in KwaZulu-Natal, and it was all under no-till systems. And if you can see, the blue bars is monoculture maize, the orange is maize bean, and the grey is maize cowpea. So as you can see, the blue bars with the monoculture maize had higher fungal infection of Fusarium graminearum, higher fumonisin levels, higher deoxynivalenol levels, higher zearalenone levels, and higher levels of the Diplodia toxin. So in a previous study, we found that in the northwest area, in no-till systems, the ear rots did not really, and the mycotoxins did not really was affected by the no-till systems, which is good for no-till farmers because we need to give the message to them so that it is good to switch to regenerative or no-till systems. And we also saw the importance here of crop rotations and especially intercropping here to reduce your diseases in your systems. So biological control, modes of action are antibiosis, competition, mycoparasitism, and stimulation of plant defense. And we have just have a project with DALRRD now, which we want to see if we can get Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus strains because they produce aflatoxins. And what we want to do in South Africa, there's a big problem in our groundnut production areas with aflatoxins. So Aflasafe is already used in a lot of African countries, but we don't have the product for South Africa, and you cannot use isolates from other countries for your own country. We did not try to start this project before because it costs a lot of money, and So with DALRRD, it is possible to get this going. And what it does is you take an isolate that is not producing aflatoxins, and you inoculate it on seed, as you can see there in the picture on the blue, and you spread it in the field. So what it does when it's in the environment, it outcompetes the strains that produces aflatoxins. Okay, if we look at host plant resistance, we have done a lot of work on that. We found some cultivars that have some levels of tolerance, but we will never find complete resistance against these mycotoxigenic fungi. And so we need multiple genes to breed, and this makes it very difficult. We have also found in studies that the environment, for example, temperature, humidity, and so forth, is the main driving variables that have an effect on mycotoxin ear rot infections and then also mycotoxin production. If we look at plant chemical control, you need to take the plant phenology into consideration. For example, the maize ear is covered by a husk, so the spores will go and land on the tassel and grow inside the ear, and when you want to spray, it cannot reach the target area. So more success was obtained with chemical control on wheat because the panicle is more open and the chemicals can reach the target area. So up to date, there is no registered fungicides for Fusarium verticilloides or Aspergillus flavus in any African country. We have also done a study to see if we take prophylactic fungicide sprays that they use for leaf diseases, if it could have an added benefit to control Fusariums verticilloides ear rot and fumonisins. So we had it treated. Treatment 1 was unsprayed, treatment 2 was sprayed. And what we actually found was in the sprayed plots that the fumonisins was elevated when compared to the control plots. And we think that it is because of the strobilurins that we used in this project. And the strobilurins tend to irritate the fungi, and then it produces more mycotoxins. Okay, so to discuss. Our commercial production is good. We consume a lot, we have more varied diet with a lower average consumption of cereal grains. We have improved standards of crop management and storage. We have public education and extensive surveillance and stringent regulations. But the problem really comes in with the subsistence and the smallholder farmers, because they often rely on staple foods affected by these mycotoxins. There is no legislation that, or surveillance programs that can assist them. They have a lack of adequate resources of mycotoxin control. Usually they will plant seed from the previous season's crop, and these seed might be infected with the ear rot fungi, and so you inoculate your fields and you make the problem bigger in the next growing season. Sometimes they are unable to purchase fertilizers and insecticides. So in other words, there's a lot of stress on the plant. When the plant is stressed, it's more conducive to ear rot infection and mycotoxins. Also, we looked at storage conditions, and sometimes where you don't have a lot of aeration, you have insects and moisture, then the problem of mycotoxins become more for them. There's also absence of mycotoxins information and their control. So I think it is really our job to go out there and educate and give them information about it. So we need a lot more research, including risk management. International researchers get a lot of big grants and funding for mycotoxins, but nationally we really need funding to do more work and to create awareness and create IPM systems. We also need capacity building, training of young people to take forward the message. So we also need to have better risk management, including regulation. For example, the Plodia produces the Plodia toxin, and for the first time ever we could be able to quantify the Plodia toxin through a project by the ARC, Southern African Grain Laboratory, and University of Pretoria. But we still don't know enough about the toxicity of the Plodia toxin, and there's a lot of other toxins that we still need to sort out within the Plodia. So we also need to have affordable management strategies, such as perhaps the AFLA-Safe, which can be cheap and you can spread it in your field so it's easy to apply, and it can be accessible to commercial and smallholder and small-scale farmers. So we need more mitigation, especially risk communication. I thank you for your attention. Thank you to the Maize Trust and the NRF and DALRRD for funding. Thank you.
One more hand for Belinda Jansen van Rensburg. So we have one more speaker who asked, I think yesterday, or 2-3 days ago, or end of last week, to also have a small slot, 5 minutes he promised me. Tony Mzopi, please come and join us. He's from SACNASP. After that, just before I give over to Tony, we're supposed to have gone to lunch at 12:05. It's now 12:15, which means that the next session is supposed to start at 1:45. I was wondering, should we make that 1 o'clock? That then we lose only a quarter of an hour, but then strictly, guys, please, that we start at 1 o'clock. You all know it's Valentine's Day. There are people at home that are looking for us. So, Tony, thank you very much for talking to us about professionalization for 5 minutes. All the best.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. So the name is Toby, not Tony. Toby Mzoe, and I come from SACNASP. Today I'll be speaking very briefly about the importance of professionalization in the natural sciences sector. So most of us are familiar, from the people I've spoken to, we're familiar with SACNASP. We are a statutory body under the Natural Scientific Professions Act, number 27 of 2003. And we register natural scientists under 3 categories, the highest being the professional natural scientist. We've got the certificated natural scientist and the candidate natural scientist. So this is where all our scientists start off when they join from university. Oh. Okay, I am not sure what I did. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we're good. Okay, thank you. Just go back. Okay, so the purposes of the Natural Scientific Professions Act, and for us as a council, the reason we exist, it is really to provide for a credible scientific workforce, natural scientific workforce. We've heard a lot today about some of the challenges that some of the sectors have. The food sector, I think in the last presentation, we had some of the challenges that are there. And the reason we exist as a regulatory body is literally for us to be, for our scientists to be part of a community where they can together drive forward the profession, and to ensure that the regulations that are required to actually practice in the natural sciences scientific professions sector are stringent and are strictly adhered 2. It is to improve the standards of services that are actually rendered by our scientists, and our mandate is also to register, regulate, and importantly to enable the sector. So this way we start to speak about the transformation issues that we actually heard about here today, and I'll speak more about how we go about enabling the sector. So why do we need to register? Well, the most important part is it is actually a legal it's a legal requirement for us as scientists if we are working. I'm a geologist myself, and for me to actually practice as a geologist, I need to be registered with SACNASP. Same with our scientists in the agricultural sector. You would have noted at some point when you're job hunting or you're searching for jobs that one of the requirements is registration of the professional body. We are the professional body that those adverts are actually referring to. It's also to protect the public, and for the public to have confidence in you. So if we are working together, everyone that's in government, higher institutions, us the regulatory bodies, this is how we actually go about protecting the environment, making sure, protecting the public, making sure that the regulations are actually adhered to. We've heard about some of the product recalls that have happened in the food sector, and this is why we actually exist as SACNASP. It is our role to be able to bring in all the different players that are in this sector, in this agriculture sector, or in this food value chain, to be able to actually drive progress forward. This is why we encourage scientists, we encourage employers that are sitting here today to professionalize your workforce. So we have many fields of practice that we register in SACNASP, so including agriculture, including botany, chemical science, biological sciences, and some of the speakers that are here today. So we're all coming from different fields of practice, and for as long as they're in natural science, we actually register those fields. Of course, collaborations are a very important thing. I think we heard today earlier about SDGs and the importance of partnerships and collaborations. So everything we do as SACNASP, we have our voluntary associations. So these are the organizations that we actually work with to drive progress, to drive transformation through our enabling aspects of our mandate. So talking about professional development, the importance now of registering with a body such as SACNASP is you are guided to ensure that you've got the skills to succeed in your career, and very importantly, to be able to ensure that the next generation of scientists have these skills to actually succeed in their careers. We do this by asking 3 simple questions. What skills do our candidates have when they come in to the workforce? What skills do they need to succeed? And how can we help them in collaboration with other partners, our voluntary associations? How can we help train these candidates, these graduates, to become professional scientists? So this is a quick value chain of the professional development framework. So really our work starts once the scientists formally leave university and they start entering the world of work. This is when they now enter the period of lifelong learning, which begins with our candidate mentoring phase. This is the phase where we pair up our candidates with experienced scientists to give them the advice, the direction, the coaching that they need to actually succeed and to become professional one day. So this candidate mentoring phase covers 6 key aspects: the technical competencies in the field. So if they're in the agricultural sciences, if they're in food sector specifically, what skills do they need to become scientists that are capable and skilled and adhere to the strict regulations that are within that sector? The business management skills, because of course once they leave the graduate roles, they will rise up in the positions of management or director positions. So training with that regard. Emotional intelligence and soft skills, this is something that we tend to lack as scientists, so this is training that we actually do focus on. Ethics as well are a very important part of what we do as a regulatory body. The ethics that bind the work that we do. It's a very important part of the training that we actually do offer. IT skills and technology, as well as communication skills. How do we communicate the science that we do? How do we stand here today and take a very technical talk presented to laymen or people who are not necessarily in that field in a way that they will actually be able to consume that and understand it. So where our candidate mentoring program is actually headed now is we have seen that there's a great need for capacity building at the moment, particularly for the graduates that are leaving university and entering the world of work. So that's why we are now in the process of really putting a solid structure in the program that our candidates follow when they start working. At the moment, we've got participation in our CPD, in our CMP program, or our candidate mentoring phase. We are looking at fusing this to the candidate phase. So I've spoken to a lot of scientists here who are actually candidate scientists, and we are looking at structuring your development. We ensure we give you the coaching and the development that you need to develop in science communication, to develop in ethics, to develop in these 4IR technologies. I think later on we'll be hearing people talk about 4IR, but that development, and where we're going to need a great deal of collaboration with stakeholders such as DALRRD, such as ARC, are the work-related projects. We have seen that we have got to reinforce the theoretical learning of our scientists with actual hands-on projects that will help develop those skills. And this is a key collaboration that we will now be working on. We will actually present it probably formally later this year. DALRRD and ARC will hear about it sometime next month as we invite them for a workshop, because we want to actually start in the agricultural sector. We have recognized that this is a key sector that drives the country. Without food, we're really not going to get anywhere. So this is where we want to start in terms of these practical training sessions. There's other aspects that will cover CMP or candidate mentoring, which we need our experienced scientists, like the scientists sitting here today, to actually help us with. It is mentorship. We have seen that our candidate scientists, as they are developing in the graduate years, they really need hands-on experience and mentorship from scientists who have been through it, from scientists who are close to retirement, who have retired, who have got all of the skills that are necessary and should be passing it down to the next generation to create succession plans for natural sciences. Networking sessions are things that we work on, and we'll be working even more on this now to ensure that in extension science, in animal science particularly, we have sessions where our candidates are interacting with experienced scientists. So we will be sending these invitations via email if you are a registered scientist, and we hope that as experienced scientists you'll actually be joining us in them. And for the experienced scientists themselves, of course, we've got our continuing professional development program, or CPD, which builds on the same skills as CMP, but just strengthening those strategic management skills, strengthening those IP skills, and the training in ethics and awareness of the legislation that is there. Snapshot of the calendar that we actually are looking at, which I want to present to this room particularly. March 2024, we will be inviting DALRRD for a workshop on, we will be covering professional registrations and the core competencies. As SACNASP, we are restructuring our programs. We are bringing in key core competencies that are required for scientists to actually become professional registered scientists. So we'll be inviting people to actually join us on that hybrid event. We'll also be talking about professional development. If you are a registered scientist, we are updating our CPD policy, so we want to actually formally introduce this. In April, we'll be working more on our mentorship. So the mentorship program I just spoke about, we'll send out an official call for mentors. We want to create a database of experienced scientists who will be working as mentors, will be able to mentor other young scientists, and call for collaborations that I've spoken about. So collaborating in the work experience projects, particularly for the unemployed scientists. We want to make sure that they've got access to projects that will give them the skills to make them employable. Because one of the challenges they face is that when they're applying for jobs, they require work experience, but if you're coming out of university, you don't have that work experience. So we want to cover that in our mentorship program. And later on in November, this is in direct response to our scientists who've been asking for a conference of this magnitude, basically, to bring in the different fields of practice, to bring in the different sciences to be able to present their findings, to present their research, to share knowledge and skills. So tentatively towards the end of this year, we actually are planning an inaugural conference as well. So if you do have any questions, please find us at the stall at the exhibition room. My colleagues and I will be there to answer any questions, as well as to check if you owe us any fees. Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. And this closes the session. Please run to the lunchroom.
Just this small scene,